Mic check, 1, 2, mic check.
I feel like it.
Okay.
So, you know, and that's what about is,
Commissioner Burrows, we do have everyone in attendance when you are ready to start at 5 PM.
Thank you. We'll start promptly at 5.
Commissioner Burrows, we are waiting on ACA to join the meeting.
Just let me know when they arrive and we'll get started.
They just arrived.
Great, we'll go ahead and get started. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. When speaking, be sure and speak directly into a microphone so that all comments are heard and the record of the meeting is accurate. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by phone or via Zoom from the 5th floor conference room of the municipal office building. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. If public comments are allowed on an agenda item, comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will now call the meeting of the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee for Monday, October 27th, 2025 to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Roll call. Gonzalez,
Here.
Lopez,
Here.
Burns,
Here.
Stites,
Here.
Kane,
Here.
Burrows.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, are there any revisions to the agenda for this evening?
There are no revisions.
Thank you. Committee, our first order of business is the approval of the minutes from our July 22nd, 2024 and August 26th, 2024 meeting. They were sent in your booklets. I assume you've had the time to review them. If there's no changes to be made, I would ask for a motion for approval.
Move for approval. Second.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second to approve the meetings of July 22nd, 2024 and August 26th, 2024. Please call roll.
Roll call. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Vote is 6-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. Committee, that takes us to our lone item this evening on the agenda, which is a resolution. It's an inmate housing agreement with Lynn County, Kansas. This is for the housing of inmates to relieve pressure on jail population. I will recognize our legal department for presentation and remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Currently, there are two resolutions in place that allow the county administrator to sign inmate housing agreements with several jurisdictions to relieve pressure on the jail population. Those resolutions are R-19-19 and R-64-19. This proposed resolution would just add Lynn County, Kansas to those jurisdictions rather than presenting each separate housing agreement before the commission. The sheriff would like to utilize Lynn County for the housing of inmates as well.
This is something that is of the norm throughout the state through sheriff's departments. The exchange of inmates should housing populations exceed their ability to house them in-house.
Yes.
Committee, are there any questions? Any comments?
I have one.
We have Commissioner Burns.
Commissioner Burns, please.
Yeah, is the sheriff or the undersheriff here?
I have not seen them.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? I'll ask the clerk if there was any comments were received from the public.
No comments were received.
Madam Clerk, is there anybody online who wishes to speak to this item?
There are no hands raised online.
Is there anyone in person who would care to speak to this item?
I do not see any.
Let the record show no one stepped forward. Committee, that takes us to the clerk to call roll, but I'd entertain a motion before we do so.
So move.
Second.
That motion is to accept the resolution authorizing the UG to enter inmate housing, adding Lynn County with attached agreement, inmate housing agreement with Lynn County, R19-19, R-64-19. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Vote is 6-0. Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. Committee, that concludes our meeting this evening. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move the motion for approval.
Second.
We have a motion to adjourn. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Vote is
Thank you.
6-0. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, committee. Please, for those in attendance, that the Administration and Human Services Standing Committee will be following up shortly. Enjoy your evening. Appreciate the committee's work. Thank you, everyone.
We'll get started in just 1 minute. We're waiting for one commissioner that's present in the building to make his way to the dais. And then we will have a quorum for our next meeting. I do want to announce that some committee members, staff, and public are attending remotely, as well as some on site. All participants joining virtually should mute their phones and laptops when you're not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, we ask that you make sure you announce yourself by name and title when you speak, so the public observing knows who's speaking. When speaking, be sure and speak directly into a microphone so that your comments are heard and the record of our meeting is accurate. The public's allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those are included in the record of the meeting. The public can also indicate intent to provide remote public comment by contacting our clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting. And the public also has the opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or Zoom from tonight, the chambers of the municipal office building. During the meeting, make sure you announce yourself by name and title when you speak so the public observing knows who's speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants. It's also current guidance from our Kansas Attorney General. If public comments are allowed on an agenda item, they should be limited to that topic on that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from our meeting. We want to welcome all of you to Administration and Human Services Standing Committee for October 27, 2025. I am at-large District 1 Commissioner Melissa Bynum. I will now call our meeting of AHS to order, please. Would the clerk call the roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Ramirez, Kane,
Here.
Bynum.
Here. Clerk, do we have any revisions to our agenda tonight?
There are no revisions.
We have minutes from August 26, 2024. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Davis, so moved.
Hill, District 4, second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second for the minutes. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
And clerk, if you would watch for Commissioner Ramirez. Thank you. I think he'll be online. Our minutes are approved. And we'll move into our committee agenda items. We have several items on our agenda tonight. Item 4.1 is a resolution of a cooperative agreement between the Unified Government and Leavenworth County. And I think Council Z. Bishop is going to take this item. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner. This is Z. Bishop from the Unified Government Legal Department. The contract that you have in front of you codifies a longstanding relationship between the Unified Government and Leavenworth County for the purposes of cooperation on the area-wide Agency on Aging. The Unified Government and Leavenworth County have been designated as an area-wide Agency on Aging for decades. The Unified Government is the primary grant receiving entity of that cooperation. And as the primary grantee, the UG does have certain oversight obligations, including that its subgrantees, like Leavenworth County, agree to certain federal and state contract terms. Those terms are in this contract. And because this is a cooperative agreement between two municipalities, is the way that it is spoken of in the statute, it does have to be approved by the board before it is signed. Leavenworth County's commission has already approved this and Leavenworth County has signed. So all that remains is for the Unified Government Board to vote for their approval and then direct the administrator to sign it. So this is recommended for approval.
Thank you very much. Do any of the committee members have questions or comments on the item? Were there any comments from the public, clerk?
No comments were received.
And is anyone from the public or online wishing to make a comment on this item?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, anyone in the public? Okay, thank you very much. No comments from commission or public. I would take a motion to.
Move for approval.
Thank you.
Dave, second.
Hill District 4, second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, would you call roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carried.
Thank you very much. The next item is 4.2, an ordinance or resolution repealing or suspending enforcement of certain sections of the Unified Government Code of Ordinances. This ensures unified government's full compliance with new and existing federal grant requirements. And again, Council Z. Bishop will explain this item to us.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Again, this is Z. Bishop from the Unified Government Legal Department. As many of you may know, there have been multiple changes in the federal landscape since the Trump administration came into office in January of 2025. These changes have come down to us in the form of executive orders that President Trump has promulgated, as well as agency memos, agency guidance documents, which come down to the unified government as a subgrantee or a grantee, and then grant conditions and certifications. We have seen a number of grants come in that have required the unified government to certify that it does not run any DEI programs or any immigration programs in violation of this administration's interpretation of federal anti-discrimination and immigration law. There is also the case Students for Fair Admissions Incorporated versus Harvard, which was a case that essentially eradicated affirmative action in university admissions. Now, this case was limited to university admissions when it was at the court. However, we have seen other courts and we have seen this administration certainly use that decision as a basis for limiting affirmative action, as well as, again, DEI and immigration initiatives, especially to their grantees, which the unified government is. The federal government does employ a variety of enforcement mechanisms to ensure compliance. The primary methods of compliance are through these grant conditions, which are contract terms that we have to agree to in order to get the money. So the federal government can decline to provide the money. They can deny the grant applications. They can also claw back money, even money that the unified government may have spent on programming if the federal government decides that we are not in compliance with its interpretation of immigration law. And then there is compliance under the False Claims Act, which could entail both criminal and civil penalties. So they have a variety of ways to enforce their interpretation of the anti-discrimination and immigration laws. So it's important when we talk about this to talk about what's at risk. And of course, it's money, but it's also not money. And so when we look at the most recent numbers that we have finalized audit reports on, in 2023, the unified government spent almost $28 million in federal funds. But as part of the 2024 amended and 2025 budget, the UG grant inventory equaled almost $81 million in federal grant funds. Now, the reason that there's a difference between those numbers is because the money that may be expected in 1 year, so that $81 million, could come in the form of multi-year grants. So it could be awards that are made in one grant year and then are meant to be spent over 3 or 5 grant years. So that's why there's a difference in the number between what we expected in the 2024 and 2025 budgets and then what we actually spent in 2023. Now, like I said, money is not the only story here because, of course, this money translates into services for people in our community. And so the money that we have received from the federal government pays for a number of services. What I have listed here is a fraction of what the unified government does with its federal dollars. But certainly the unified government is able to provide housing assistance and emergency repair funds, infrastructure improvements and construction, services for seniors and disabled individuals, many services for seniors and disabled individuals, community healthcare services through our health department, and many other programs. And so the loss of that money could really wreak havoc on this community. So the Unified Government Legal Department has been studying this issue and has been involved in weekly calls, and actually more than weekly calls, with other attorneys from municipalities and counties across the nation since January 20th. We have been talking with our colleagues, we have been scratching our heads, we have been studying and pulling the case law and looking at the ongoing litigation. And what we have decided and what we are recommending is that at this time, suspension of enforcement of certain sections of the UG Code, as well as regulations, policies, practices, and customs that are inconsistent with the current interpretation of federal law made by this administration be suspended, that we would suspend enforcement of those. The reason that we are recommending suspension and not repealing, which is what some of our colleagues across the nation have done, is because suspension is an approach of least harm under the situation. It's an approach that is conservative and allows us to protect the federal dollars and the programs that those translate into while we watch to see how this situation unfolds. There is litigation happening across the nation. That litigation is likely to take some time to filter through the courts and to come to a conclusion. Suspension allows the unified government to be nimble. It allows us to say, okay, we're going to hold on enforcement of these initiatives until we see what happens, and then we can lift the suspension or take further action once the landscape becomes a little bit more clear, because it is still shifting and it will be for some time. There are other jurisdictions across the nation that have suspended, and there are some that have repealed, including here in Kansas. But again, our recommendation is suspension as a conservative, least harm kind of approach while we watch. Go ahead. Now, there are 3 code sections that we are recommending repeal. 2 of those are code sections that the Unified Government Legal Department found incidentally while we were looking at this. The repeal of these is not related to the DEI and immigration issues with the federal government. Sections 1861 and sections 1862 are code provisions that have to do with what action the Unified Government Legal Department takes when they receive a complaint of discrimination in housing or discrimination in employment. These sections, A, have nothing to do with unified government employee rights or with the rights of any employers out there in Wyandotte County. Everyone still has their rights under federal anti-discrimination law. We can't take those away. Those are federal rights. However, what happens here is in these code provisions, the code says that the Unified Government Legal Department shall prosecute or shall apply for injunctive or other relief. And the issue that we have with these is that imperative language, that word shall, means that the unified government attorneys lose their independent legal discretion and their prosecutorial discretion, which is actually something that we are supposed to protect as a matter of our code of professional ethics. So these code provisions are in tension with and really in conflict with the code of professional ethics. And so that's why we are recommending to take these out. We would be recommending to take these out whether all of these things happened at the federal level or not, because it's about prosecutorial discretion and independent legal judgment. Taking these out does not in any way mean that we cannot prosecute or apply for injunctions. We absolutely can. It allows us to have that discretion to make sure that we have the factual basis to apply with the law to actually have cause to do those things. So that's what those two are. The third section that we are recommending repeal of is 18-138B. Now, this one is a little bit different, and this one was identified as part of our review based on the Trump administration's stance on DEI. And the language here says that it shall not be an unlawful employment practice, meaning that it's a lawful employment practice, to fill vacancies. And then this bolded language is important, in such a way as to eliminate or reduce imbalance with respect to race, religion, color, sex, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, national origin, or ancestry. The bolded language is important because that's the language that is the kind of language that is targeted in that Students for Fair Admissions case. It's the kind of language that the federal government is saying is a per se or a presumptive violation of anti-discrimination law, because it's looking at racial or gender balancing. It speaks to things like quotas and goals. And we do not believe that this is going to pass constitutional muster given the court's stance, let alone the Trump administration's stance. So I do want to make sure that everyone understands again that our review is ongoing. The landscape continues to shift. We are studying this and talking with our colleagues about this often, on a weekly basis at least. And so it is very possible that there are going to be some more changes that would happen. Again, taking the route of suspending enforcement of most of those code provisions, aside from the 3 that I've talked about for repealing. That is that conservative, nimble approach that allows us to continue to watch this situation and then take action once we see that things have settled out. So that is what I have today. I am happy to answer questions. I do know that our grants administrator was here. I don't know if she stepped out, never mind. So I am happy to answer questions of the commission if you have them.
Commissioners, questions? For legal? I have a question on 1861. Does it change anything or help anything if you change the word shall to may?
Commissioner, we could change the word shall to may, and it would help because it would preserve the discretion and the independent legal judgment of the legal department.
Would it be the same for 1862?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, just a question.
We have
Eddie?
Commissioner Hill's hand raised.
Commissioner Hill, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask a question on the 18-138B, the repeal of 3 code sections. And you mentioned that the bolded print, which says in such a way as to eliminate or reduce imbalance. So the repeal of these 3 code sections mean that we're not going to eliminate it, or that we will accept it, which
This is
just
Z Bishop.
interpret that to me again. I'm sorry.
Okay, this is Z Bishop with the Unified Government Legal Department, Commissioner. And I do want to point out that that language that you were pointing out, in such a way as to eliminate or reduce imbalance, that only has to do with Code Section 18-138B. And so we would be repealing that section, which only deals with this concept of racial or gender balancing. All of the rest of the rights that anyone has under federal anti-discrimination law remain. The unified government cannot take away those rights. All that we're saying here is that we are going to remove this section where we, the unified government, had allowed for this concept of racial or gender balancing, which again is problematic in that it speaks to quotas or goals for the percentage of people who might, be in a position or be hired by an employer or sit on a board or something like that. So that's what we're looking at there for 138B. The other two code sections that we are suggesting repealing would be 1861 and 1862, and those have to do with that imperative language of essentially ordering the legal department to take legal action without taking into account the fact that the legal department has to, under our code of ethics, employ our independent legal judgment and use our prosecutorial discretion. So those two are a little bit different from 138.
Okay. And on the first slide, which you mentioned the word suspension, and you said suspension would still, let me see, it would still hold enforcement, or maybe could you explain that the benefit of the best practice being suspend versus something else, repealing?
Sure, Commissioner. Again, this is Z Bishop with the Unified Government Legal Department. So the reason that the Unified Government Legal Department is recommending suspension instead of repealing is repealing, of course, is a fairly drastic action. It removes those code provisions as well as the policies and the procedures that may be in place because of those code provisions entirely from the code. And what that means is that then, if and when this situation changes, we will have to go back and look at those and go through a process to reenact or to change, which we can do, but it's a little bit more invasive, I think, of a process. I guess I would liken this maybe to thinking about like a medical procedure. If you're talking about, the difference between some kind of a treatment that is a little bit more of a surface treatment that treats symptomatically as opposed to a deep surgery. Sometimes surgery is warranted, but sometimes it's better to take that in-between step and do something a little bit more conservative to kind of see if the body heals itself. So I would liken this to that kind of a situation that, suspending allows us to protect the federal funds that we have coming in and to protect the programs that flow from those funds, but then also to react as the landscape continues to change. So, if I don't know, if in a few years this is different and we can go back to the way that we were, that's administratively relatively easy because the way that we talk about it in the ordinances, we suspend it, as long as it's deemed to be illegal. But then if it's not deemed to be illegal anymore, it's not suspended. Or we could, take a more formal action and actually lift the suspension with another resolution, but it's administratively a lot less drastic, I think, than a full repeal. So that's why we are recommending that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioners online have their hand up?
No other hands are raised by
Okay.
I
commissioners.
have a question, sorry.
Yes, sir.
So if we don't do this, we could lose a serious amount of money. Is that what you're saying?
Commissioner King, this is Z Bishop with the Unified Government Legal Department. Yes, if we do not take some action, there is a high risk that the unified government could lose the bulk, if not all, of its federal funding. Again, we have seen multiple demands for certification come through from the federal government that the unified government does not run any programs in violation of their interpretation of the anti-discrimination and immigration law. And in certifying that we don't, which is what we have to do to get the grant funds, we need to be truthful that we're not. And if the federal government finds that we have lied on that certification, that's when we open up all of this liability under the False Claims Act, both civil liability and then potential for criminal liability as well for criminal fraud against the unified government. It's a lot of money. And, you know, we have seen this start to come down across the nation. There have been multiple jurisdictions that are suing, but also being sued and being investigated for claims that they have made that they're not running programs in violation, but then the federal government has decided that they are.
Thank you. Just to summarize it, the ordinance change that we would make would be from the document: suspension of certain ordinances, resolutions, regulations, policies, practices, and customs. The governing body hereby suspends enforcement of all portions of ordinances, resolutions, regulations, policies, practices, and customs that are inconsistent with current interpretation of federal law made by the executive branch of the federal government. That's just kind of a broad overview of the action that would be taken. Repeal of the 3 code sections aside, in general, the first, to me, I feel like we have a couple of actions instead of just one. Suspension of these, any portion of any ordinance, resolution, regulation, et cetera. That, to me, that's one action. And then separately, the potential repeal of 1, 2, or 3 code sections as brought forward by council. Questions on that? Okay. I'm sorry. Not yet. Clerk, do we have any comments from the public on this item?
Yes, we did receive some comments.
Okay. Do you want to read those? I'm sorry.
Yes. Logan Damon. I am the Director of Policy and Research at the American Civil Liberties Union of Kansas. The ACLU of Kansas is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with more than 3,500 supporters across Kansas that works to preserve and strengthen the civil rights and liberties of every person in our state. On behalf of the ACLU of Kansas, I am writing to express our opposition to item 4.2 on tonight's agenda. Section 1 of this ordinance resolution unnecessarily and preemptively looks for non-compliance with executive orders. These actions pose a threat to a more diverse, equitable county at the expense of local control. Section 2, which lists specific ordinance for repeal, focuses on Chapter 18, Article 3, discrimination. Repealing 18-61 eliminates the country's prosecutable power in cases of discrimination, while repealing 18-62 removes the county's ability to liable an individual as a repeat offender, eliminating vital safeguards. By repealing these ordinances, the unified government is relinquishing authority to curry favor with the Trump administration at the time of grave uncertainty for the most vulnerable communities among us. Repealing 18-138B eliminates fair and consistent hiring practices intended to address discrimination in the workplace. The proposed ordinance seeks to repeal and suspend enforcement of sections that clash with the current administration's interpretation of federal law, which is different from repealing sections that don't, in fact, comply with the federal law. The current administration's decision to not enforce civil rights law in no way changes the government's obligations under Title VII, Title II, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, the Pregnancy Discrimination Act, or the ADA, acting or failing to in a manner that shows deliberate indifference towards discriminatory and harassing behavior will expose the UG to liability pursuit to any number of those laws. We have two more comments
Okay.
submitted as well. This comment is from Matthew Kleiman. Now, on the proposed repeal of local anti-discrimination, the procedural code sections, I am deeply concerned about what's before you tonight. The stated reason is to ensure compliance with new federal grant requirements, but the practical effect of these repeals is to erase 3 long-standing safeguards that protect due process, consistent enforcement, and diversity conspicuous hiring. Repealing Section 18-61 removes the certification requirement that our legal department review discrimination cases before prosecution. That step was a procedural safeguard, and its ensured consistency, prevented fearless action, and maintained accountability. Without it, cases could be brought or ignored, weakening both fairness and credibility. Repealing Section 18-62 eliminates the language that allowed the unified government to seek injunctions or escalate enforcement against persistent offenders. In plain English, it takes away our ability to stop repeat discrimination through the courts. That doesn't protect anyone. It only shields those who refuse to comply. And repealing Section 18-138B strikes our local authorization for diversity conspicuous hiring practices. This language has allowed the UG to correct historical imbalances in a lawful, measured way. Without it, even good faith efforts to build a workforce that reflects our community could be interpreted as unlawful. That is not reform, it is regression. Across the country, we are seeing the same playbook, broad compliance measurements that use federal grant languages as cover to dismantle local DEI and civil rights practitioners. Last comment submitted. This comment is submitted by Louise Lynch. Repealing Section 18-61 removes the certification requirement that our legal department review discrimination cases before prosecution. That step was a procedural safeguard, and it is ensured to consistency, prevented frivolous action, and maintained accountability. Without it, cases could be brought or ignored, weakening both fairness and credibility. Repealing Section 18-62 eliminates the language that allowed the unified government to seek injunctions or escalate enforcement against persistent offenders. In plain English, that is the end of that comment. That is all comments submitted online.
Thank you. Is there anyone here in the public that would like to address these items? You can come forward. Thank you. We would ask that you state your name and city of residence, and for the purposes of tonight's meeting, because we have so many here to comment on a later item, we're going to give you 2 minutes. Please.
My name is Eva Garcia, Kansas City, Kansas. So I'd like to speak to 1861 and 1862. If it is to be repealed based off of the language and only the language, then maybe the language needs to be changed. We can't move in the direction of completely removing this, because even in today's world, there are circumstances that as a community, we want our prosecutorial division to do stuff about, and they choose not to. So to completely remove this out of it would make it a bigger issue. Now, in regards to 138, that speaks to the DEI practices. I think it's important to keep in mind that it's taken decades to get to where we're at. To revert or capitulate to this administration, Trump's administration, is way more damaging than simply suspending it. And if that is an option, then I think that that's how it should go instead of completely removing it.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, I think the biggest call out there is understanding the amount of work it's taken to get to where we're at, to simply capitulate to something that may not be able to, I mean, I don't want to have to be in a position to have to work another 30 years to see this progression back to where it's at.
Thank you. Was there another person? Yes, please. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Davis.
We do have a hand raised on.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The name is Yes, I Can. If you can please state your name and residency, you will have 2 minutes to speak your comment.
Yes, this is Louise Lynch. The comment you got from me was not complete. So I want to first say, I think it is really outrageous that we're about to lose SNAP and food and everything. And this was put on the agenda now, as if people don't have enough things to worry about in trying to survive. I think that is really despicable. I think these 3 items are incredibly horrific to those who are disabled, people of color, immigrants, LGBTQ plus, anyone that is of a marginalized area. To say that money is more important than our rights when we know right now that they're not being followed through on by legal, by different departments, by the county, by this country. To decide that because you're afraid that Trump may take some dollars away, instead of fighting for the rights of your residents,
You
we
have 1
know.
minute remaining.
Thank you. We know that the raids that happened here not too long ago were not just done by themselves. We know that. To put us further in danger, and not just immigrants, but all people, it is easy for you to say that, it's just a little bit of an imbalance or we can do that. Well, yeah, you can. But if you were to do that, you wouldn't need this. But it's not done automatically. And it's done to those that are the most marginalized. And if we don't matter to the rest of you, then we have a bigger problem here at Wyandotte, and we need to rise up. I encourage every single commissioner to not vote for this. We are watching. This is truly disgraceful to bring this at this time, right during an election, right when people are about to worry about how they're going to eat, is really deplorable. Shame on whoever brought this to the agenda now.
Your time has expired.
Hello, my name is Karen Daniels, and I live in a federal high-rise. And the majority of the people in the high-rise are people of color and people with disabilities. We're asking for you to protect us. I don't know if you know, but the Housing Authority just received a large grant to fully remodel the entire building, from the parking lot to every apartment room. And then you're going to take the protection away from the people that have been living there all these years. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Thank you all.
We have Commissioner Kane's hand raised.
Commissioner Kane, please.
Thank you. I'm a little surprised this came to the standing committee. Something of this magnitude, we should have had on trees to discuss multiple things. That's my understanding. Missouri hasn't, Casey Moe hadn't done anything yet. I'd like to know what Casey Mo has done, what the surrounding municipalities, what they've done. You know, I don't want to rush into this, and I don't think four of us should make a decision this big by ourselves. And I think timing is terrible.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do agree that the timing is terrible, and I'm not surprised, and that's of no shade to our staff of just trying to do their due diligence. But I am slightly confused, and I will say this right now, just off the jump, I'm not in support of this as it is right now. If there was a motion made to approve, I would vote no. But where I'm trying to get at is that section, right, of section 18 and 59, 61, and 62, that is a completely separate matter, correct? That has, I just want to reiterate that has nothing to do with the administration's executive orders and kind of the changing political landscape. Is that's correct?
Commissioner, this is Z Bishop with the Unified Government Legal Department. Section 18138 does have to do with the changes in the federal landscape. That one absolutely does. 61 and 62, those were code provisions that we found when we were doing the review. So those would be the ones that they were found as part of this process, but we would be asking for the repeal of those or an amendment if that's what the commission prefers, regardless of what's happening at the federal level.
Gotcha. I guess, so what I would prefer a couple of things, because that part is slightly confusing between 61, 62, and then 138 and section 138 is this particular legislation not go forward. And if something does go forward, we need it bifurcated where on their own merits, we are having conversations about those issues separately. Because I think they got commingled, and it's like, I have issues with both of them, and I know we had some on threes, and maybe I missed a certain part of the on three just regarding the prosecutorial discretion. I do have quite a bit of reservations that now that it's been expressed, there are a lot of questions regarding that. We have $20 million worth of settlements that our community is paying. And a lot of them, quite frankly, have to do with how we treat issues of discrimination. And so I don't want to just vote in favor of that or have that conversation without the context of our community. As diverse as we are, we have had a lot of issues in a history of discrimination in Wyandotte County that has taken place, that we still want to be very sensitive to that and be sensitive to all people and making sure that they are treated fairly and making sure that their government is using every tool at their disposal and that our legal department is using every tool in our disposal to defend and to stand up for justice. And so that would be on that part of it. The other part for 138B and the hiring practices, have we had any discussion, council, or has there been any conversations with our Human Relations Commission at all, or with those members, or with the Human Relations Department? Yeah, just a question for you.
Commissioner, this is Z Bishop with the Unified Government Legal Department. We have not about these code provisions because these code provisions are a matter of law. These are legal advice that we are providing when we talk about the repeal of these three sections. And so, you are receiving our legal advice, based on our knowledge and our research.
Understood. Well, I do think that because we have an entire commission and we make appointments to that commission, and we have a human relations department that does deal with issues of discrimination, it would be good to at the very least get their feedback on what the impact is and how does this impact their work, and allow us to get the facts, get the information, and then explain to the community and have that dialogue. And so I was going to make a motion, but I do see two of my colleagues have their hands up, so I will restrain myself from doing so. But Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to have the conversation. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. Clerk, Commissioner Ramirez and Kane both have their hand up. I don't know which one was first.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Go ahead, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. On this ordinance, I have said in the past with just staff, I do not support any change of these sorts. I know it is in the grand scheme of us protecting federal funds, but at the end of the day, we are our own sovereign government with local control, local authority to create our own laws, how we see fit for our community. This is just a way for federal government for overreach. And it sets a very dangerous precedent when we start doing this, because now it opens the door for next administrations to tell us how to change our own laws. I understand we are going to follow federal law. This is interpretation of federal policy. We can continue to follow the law. We can be a partner, but this is not being a partner. Us being threatened that our federal funding is going to be taken away. This is our community. We know what's best for our community, not the federal government. So I cannot and will not support any revisions to our code just for the fact of us being threatened of our federal grants. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kane.
Well, I think they've summed it up pretty good. I'd like to make a motion to table for the new administration and we need to do a better job of explaining what this is, how it would affect us, and I'm somewhat frustrated. But anyway, motion to table for the new administration and please provide them some more details.
Thank you.
Second.
Commissioner Davis. Yes, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Davis.
I was going to say, if it's a table, that would assume that the item could come back or be kind of reconsidered. I would colleagues, if you all would indulge, I would prefer we get two separate ordinances or two separate pieces for us to consider. I do not believe, although they are found in a similar section in our code, that we should be having a conversation in which both of these issues are commingled. On one hand, we're talking about affirmative action and hiring practices. On the other hand, we're talking about prosecutorial discretion and how we handle discrimination cases. I think those two things should be separate, and right now they are not. I would prefer we just either deny or let this die, and then leave it to our chair in the mayor's office to have something entirely different that would appease that particular concern.
I rescind my motion. Motion to deny.
David, second.
Legal, does the second maker of the first motion need to also rescind?
Commissioner Ramirez, I rescind my second.
Thank you. So now we have a motion and a second to deny. Is that what I heard correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further conversation? Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0. Motion carries.
Question for legal. And it might be just a technical question, but federal laws protecting folks from discrimination are still in place. Is that correct?
That is correct, and the unified government still follows them.
Thank you. Okay, next item is an ordinance modifying eligibility for the city and county city the utility and city sales tax rebate programs. Commissioner Davis and I had asked Clerk Sparks to bring this forward because we had worked several years ago on revisions to these programs at the time, utilizing the homestead income threshold for older adults, which did at that time substantially increase the income threshold for our older adult population that qualified for this program. However, there is another state program that we call Safe Senior. You tell me, that's not what it's called.
It's
Go ahead.
not Safe Senior. It would be for our senior or disabled veterans.
Senior or disabled veterans, thank you. So that state program actually has a higher income threshold than the one that we set up a couple of years ago, which would allow more people 65 or older to qualify for the utility and sales tax rebate program, along with BPU pilot relief for now.
Correct.
If you wouldn't mind, as you make your comments, would you explain to those in attendance and those watching what those two state programs do? I am still talking to people who are 65 and over that had no idea they even existed. So I appreciate you bringing this forward, but would you just start with the two state programs and what they do, and then we'll go into your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Monica Sparks, UG Clerk, and I appreciate it because one of the barriers that we have found in our program is communication. And we still know there are a lot of citizens that are available to qualify for this program that know nothing about it. So there are actually two separate programs. One is from the state, and it is administered and paid by the state. However, our office is charged locally with assisting citizens who do not file tax returns to complete their application and see that they qualify for these rebates. The first one is, of course, the homestead program that you referred to. You have to own and live in your home. You cannot have income. Last year it was in the amount of $42,500. I can tell you this year it's $43,389. And that is for anyone in the household over the age of 18. So if you own your home, it's worth $350,000 or less on less than 1 acre. You don't file a tax return and you make $43,389 or less. You're over the age of 65 on January 1, or you are disabled. Our office can assist you in filing the application. What this does is allows a rebate of a portion of the tax, your real estate tax that you've paid. We have, and that includes mobile homes as well. We have had rebate amounts ranging from $50 to $75, which would be on the low end for mobile homes, up to over $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 for tax rebates back to individuals on taxes that they have paid.
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry, Chair. Just one more time. Sorry.
Minimum of about $50 to $75 on mobile homes, but we have gone up to $4,000 to $5,000 real estate taxes on homes that people own. This is a rebate back of money that they have paid. We will do everything we can to get individuals as much as they can back on these programs. The money is paid from the state and it goes directly to the individual unless they choose to allow it to go to the county to pay for a portion of their tax. And we do have that program as well. It's called the Advancement Program. I won't get into that because that gets really down into the weeds, but we can assist with that as well. The second part of the program is the one that you initially talked about, and that was the Safe Senior Program. The Safe Senior has a lower threshold. The income this year is $25,380. You get up to 75% of your taxes rebated back to you. You do have to pay it first. And last year we discovered that the state is enforcing that totally. So if you have not paid the first half of the tax by the time you come in and file your application, you're not going to qualify for the Safe Senior. You have to have that first half paid. But once you do that, we can file that tax application for you, and you can get rebated up to 75% of the taxes for 1 year on your home. Again, that can be a huge amount of money, and it can significantly help, especially our 65 and up seniors. And then the third program, and the one that we are going to mention more in detail tonight, is called our Senior or Disabled Veterans Program. This is fairly new. It's only been in existence for about 2 years. And the income level on this one this year is going to be $58,041. That's for a household, again, everyone in the household over the age of 18. You have to qualify as a disabled veteran or a senior over the age of 65. Your veteran disability has to be at 50% or more, determined by the Veterans Administration. And again, once you do that, you have a couple options there. You can actually freeze your taxes. You can go back to 2021 and freeze whatever your tax rate was in 2021. So in 2021, if your taxes was $1,000 on your home, in 2024, your taxes is $5,000. You will get a rebate of the difference, which is $4,000. So you can actually freeze that amount. Again, you still have to pay it, but we can get it rebated back to you. So those are the three programs from the state. And again, our office administers all three. We're here to help anyone that needs help. We do have some information out there, and we will be posting more very shortly. So tonight, though, we want to talk about, and Commissioner, does that answer?
Thank you. And I think you're going to go into how that would complement the local utility
Yes.
and sales tax rebates.
Yes. So in addition to those programs, the UG has its own program called the Utility and Sales Tax Rebate Program. So this is a little history of the program. It actually started back in 1972. In 1972, the income level was $4,500. Little bit less than what it is today. And it has risen through the years. There was not a significant increase. You can see we went from 4,000 to 6,000 to 7,000. The highest we had was 25,000 until 2009, and it went up. And then in 2023, we made the significant changes to the ordinance that allowed the income level to be different. One change from the state program for the UG program is it is the income of the applicant only. It does not include the entire household. So this year, if you elect to raise that income level, it would be for an individual who makes $58,041 or less. Otherwise, it would be at the $43,389. Okay. And then this is a comparison of our utility rebates for the last 3 years. You can see that the utility rebates have gone up from 76,000 approximately in 2023. 2025, the unified government paid out $220,000 for just utility. Sales is the same amount. 244,800 for sales. So for a combined of 465,455. Property rebates, which are those that come from the state, 468,000. So we rebated last year back to citizens of Wyandotte County, $934,065. We were very proud of that. We hope to increase it. That was for 1,481 applicants. There are a lot more qualified. We also have, as part of this program, the BPU pilot relief. If you qualify for the BPU utility, or I'm sorry, for the UG utility rebate, you automatically qualify for the BPU pilot relief. What that means is that the pilot relief comes off your bill. You get a credit on your bill for whatever that pilot charge is. Again, I can tell you that we see pilot charges that range from $15 up to $50 or $75. That can be significant again for individuals that are on the income levels that we're looking at. Last year, the approximate amount of the BPU pilot relief was $220,000. That brought us to $1.154 million in rebates that between the unified government and the state of Kansas that we were able to rebate back to individuals. the significant amount of money. And we're very happy that we're able to do that, and we hope to continue to do that. So one of the questions that came up is, what kind of budget impact is this going to have if we raise this amount? And I worked with our budget office and with our finance office, and we came up with some numbers. Actually, in Wyandotte County, if you look at potential, and this is census data, census tract data, if you look at individuals in the county with household income of 43,389, you're looking at 6,500 households. Remember, we had 1,400 applications. And then if you add disabled onto it, that's another 3,100 for about 9,600 households that could potentially qualify. If we raise it, we're looking at about 11,000 households that could potentially qualify. So that's a difference of about 1,400 households. That's the amount we had applied last year. Based on our data and what we looked at, with 9,600 households available, 1,400 applied, you're looking at about a 15% ratio. So we did the math and we said, okay, if we continue with that, that means that we may look at another 210 households that would apply. We hope there's more, but realistically, that's what we're looking at and based on our historical data. So the maximum rebate that you can receive for the UG sales and utility tax is $400. If you take that times 210, that's $84,000. If we went with all 1,400 additional households, which again is not realistic based on the data, you're looking at $560,000. The average rebate is $314.50, and you can see the numbers there. So you're looking at a range. The bottom number that you see, that $602,374, is what is currently budgeted. So if you elect to raise this and we get the 15% that traditionally we've received over 2 years, we're still within budget. And then I always want to remind everyone what this program actually does. This program touches every commission district in the county. Every commissioner has citizens in their county that we're able to assist in this program. And you'll see here on the screen some of the comments that we get back. These are just a few. I could give you pages of comments from our citizens. They are so thankful and so appreciative of the fact that this money is coming back to them in January, February, March, in the middle of winter, when their utility bills are higher, and it's just more difficult. So again, I just want to remind us the population that this could potentially impact. So how do I qualify? This is a flyer that we have available to everybody. I've got the 3 income levels on here. Again, it's the commission's choice where you want to go from there. We do start applications in January. So with that, if you have questions, I'll take them. But that's short and sweet.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. If we pass this tonight and it moves to full commission and passes, then the 58,041 would be in place for the coming rebate season. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. With regard to the senior disabled veteran program at the state level, there's a cap on the value of the home, correct?
There is on all 3 programs.
On all 3,
Yes.
but that doesn't apply to the local programs at all,
It
just
does
to
not.
clarify that. We would hope people would check into whether they can qualify for those state rebate programs, but regardless, the value of your home does not come into play with our local programs.
That is correct. You don't even have to be a homeowner for our local programs.
Okay.
As long as you have a BPU account.
Okay. Other questions from commissioners? Any hands online of commissioners?
I do not see hands raised
Okay.
for commissioners online.
Thank you. All right, thank you, clerk. I will ask if you've received any written comments to the item.
No comments were received.
And is there anyone here in person that would like to address the item? If so, you can approach the podium and have 2 minutes. with your name and your city of residence, please.
Eva Garcia Meza, Kansas City, Kansas. So I want to take an opportunity to come up here and actually champion this program. I think a lot of times we come up here and we criticize what the UG isn't doing for the community, and I think that this is a great opportunity for everyone that needs it. The only thing I would say is maybe do a little bit better job, and not the commission itself, but just the county itself at putting this information out. Bad news spreads a lot faster than good news. So if we can do a proactive attempt and a bigger campaign to get this information out, I think that would be really good.
Thank you.
But
And I don't mean to cut you off.
yeah,
But I would be open to any and all communication suggestions that you might have. You don't have to share
yeah,
them now.
I can
but-
think and email you guys.
And I am
good at-
sincere
Yeah.
when I say that, because I think that well, you can tell
Mhm.
that we have a passion for the program and we want people who qualify to apply. So thank
Yeah,
you very much.
absolutely. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, is there a motion
Um,
or any other comments? Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, just for folks that are watching before making this motion, Ms. Sparks, our clerk, timeline wise, this program, folks are eligible to apply starting January 1st, correct?
January 2.
January 2nd. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I don't want folks to, watch this and think, oh my gosh, I'm ready to apply. And so we have been passing out flyers about getting folks rebate ready, but they will still have to wait until January 2nd to apply. And the deadline is the 15th of April?
April 15.
April 15th. Okay, so just wanted to make sure that the public is aware. And any ideas to really get, I think even for the folks here, whether or not you qualify, if you qualify, please do jump on this opportunity. But if you know folks who do, we can definitely use your help. I was going to make a motion, but I see Commissioner Hill, so I was strained. Thank you,
Commissioner
Chair.
Hill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, would this go to our commission meeting this Thursday? Would it be fast tracked or would it be later?
I don't believe it requires a fast track, clerk.
No, it wouldn't be fast track. That would, November 6th, it would not. It would go to our November 20 meeting.
November 20, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion?
Yes, Commissioner Davis, District Gate, move to approve.
Is there a second?
Kane,
Hill.
second.
Okay.
Give it to Hill.
Yeah, give it to Hill. Fourth District.
Thank you so much. We have a motion and a second roll call on the item.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, clerk. The next item is an ordinance amending Unified Government Code of Procedures. This is a little bit complex, I guess not terribly complex. We have our clerk back with us, Monica Sparks, for a presentation and remarks. I guess I would start by saying this item is designed to clean up, if you will, some of our code of ordinances to match our actual practices. Would you say that's accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, take it away.
Okay. So one of the advantages of being the clerk is that you get to sit through all the commission meetings. And when we do that, I'm being serious now, but when we do that, we get to hear a lot of information. And we also get a good understanding of where the commission is and the goals and everything that the commission is looking for. And one theme that our office heard consistently last year was efficiency and how can we make things more streamlined. Most of the jobs or most of the responsibilities of the clerk's office is statutory, so it's not always easy to think outside the box, but we did. And in working with legal, we decided that maybe we just need to look at our code of procedures and see where there may be some inconsistencies and how we can clean up the language to kind of bring us into what I call the 20th century. So we did that, and we've gone through, if you'll go ahead and pull that up. A lot of what you're going to see is language cleanup. There's not a lot else to it, but there are some changes. So this is the first section, section 105. And again, please understand that we only looked at the meeting section. We have not reviewed the entire code of procedures. Our office just wanted to concentrate on meetings because we felt like that's where our expertise could be that would help the most. And so one of the things that we looked at was the address. Meetings were still recognized as being held on the 9th floor. We don't do that. We hold them in the 5th floor or in chambers. So that's what this is you'll see in red the proposed changes. What you see in purple was also recommended by the mayor's office. So I just wanted you to be able to see that. The county seat is, of course, the commission chambers, unless the commission chooses otherwise. The next one, this is something that we all thought had been done a long time ago because this is the practice. But when we looked at the code of procedures, it wasn't. So again, we want to bring our practice and make sure that our code of procedures matches our practice. And I can't remember how long ago, but it's been several years. We flipped meetings. It used to be that neighborhood and community development was first, and then economic development was second. We flipped that. But the code never did. We never did it in the code. So that's what this section does, is it flips those to match what's actually in practice. And it puts the economic development meeting first, immediately followed by neighborhood and community development. This is a little misleading in that we're talking about how you get notice, and this directs more towards the commissioners. I know that many times when a special meeting is called, commissioners get many notifications. You'll get a poll asking you if you're available. You'll get it put on your calendar. Your office actually notifies you when it's been finalized. And then usually a couple days before the meeting, our office calls you again. And a lot of the feedback that we receive from commissioners is, I'm aware, but thank you for calling. Again, when you're trying to be more streamlined and not duplicate a lot of effort, commissioners, most of you have elected to receive your notice by email or by electronic mail. So that's what this ordinance does, or this change does, is it allows that to come into play so that you don't have to get 5 phone calls in a week. Okay. Agenda items. For the full commission meeting, there is a deadline in the code of procedures that says agenda closes at noon on Monday to be delivered by commissioners 5 o'clock on Tuesday. But there was nothing that stated standing committees. And so to give us the opportunity to kind of have some consistency and some efficiency and allow an actual deadline to be set, we looked at this and said, well, how about noon, the Monday before the date of the meeting, and have it delivered that same day so that commissioners are given a full week to get the information on standing committee and have time to review it. It also makes it much easier for UG staff to know that there's a deadline and that we need to be able to get items to the clerk's office so that we can get the agendas processed. If none of you have ever seen how we put an agenda together, I would certainly invite you to do that. It is a process. And then again, the mayor has some suggestion here. The mayor, with the advice of the administrator, may assign the item to an appropriate standing committee. That practice is pretty much in place. It doesn't change any of the other opportunities that commissioners have to bring items forward. Okay, minutes of meetings. And I hope tonight in your packet, you notice that you got your first set of summary minutes. We are so excited. This is going to give us a lot of opportunity. We have the ability now to pair, and it will be paired in Civic so that at some point you will be able to see, and the public will be able to have access to the actual video of the meeting along with the summary minutes and the agenda. It will be in one central location for all standing committee and commission meetings. We think that's more efficient and it's easier for everyone to be able to use. So we're very excited about that. But the first step is we were excited just to get summary minutes in place. And I can promise you that on your next few meetings, you're going to be seeing lots of minutes for approval. So be prepared for that. And it does make those documents permanent, which before it was at 60 days. And we know that there's a lot of times we've had to go back and research several years back as to what happened in a commission meeting. So those documents are now permanent record. Okay. The agenda shall be made public in advance. We don't have a public bulletin board in our building. At one time we probably did, but we don't now. But we do have our unified government website, and that is where we post all of our meetings. So we of course changed the language there just to update that. Items placed on the commissioner's agenda, and there is a section, of course, as you all know, on the Board of Commissioners agenda that is called Commissioner's Agenda. And when Wendy Green, who's assisted me with this, and I read this, we were a little confused. When you see section C, items placed on the commissioner's agenda shall be disposed of by the commission and shall not be withdrawn by an individual commissioner. That was where it ended. And we were confused because if an individual commissioner has an item that they want to place on the agenda, travel requests, for example, and something changes and you want to withdraw that, you didn't have the option. So we changed the language a little bit to say, except for who did request the item to be placed on the agenda. That again gives you the authority. It's your item. If you want to pull it, you would have that ability to do it without any further discussion. And then we took out in the next session, the administrator shall have an opportunity to comment on the matter in question. We did remove public members at that point. Most of this is administrative. No need for public comment on a travel request usually. If I'm going through these too fast, just slow me down, but I know we have a lot to get to. I'm trying to get through this. This is very interesting. And when we read this section, which is section 514, we have a lot of things to think about, a lot of things for the commissioners to think about. I would direct you to section C. After the public hearing, the Planning Commission shall make its written recommendation on each zoning item to the commissioner. Section D, a second appearance on each zoning item shall be scheduled for action before the entire commission, and this refers to not going to standing committee. But if you go back to section B, the statutorily required public hearing on zoning items is conducted by the Planning Commission and no further public hearing shall be required. Food for thought. It would certainly shorten our Planning Commission meetings. We have not changed that language. That language has always been there. But we were concerned that we're kind of not following our own rules, and maybe we need to look at our process to see how we can start following our rules and kind of get through some of these things a little bit easier. A couple other things. I better look at this one because I can't read that one. Again, coming from legal, one or more items can be removed by a commission member, but any member of the public shall have the right to request that one item be removed from the consent agenda for discussion. So commission, of course, always has the right to remove whatever items deemed necessary, but the public has the right to remove one item. That clarifies some other issues that have happened. And then continuing on, those items receiving less than a unanimous vote of the Planning Commission, of course, go on the non-consent. And we reviewed the bylaws of the Planning Commission, and we thought maybe if you can do it at the Planning Commission level, let's bring it into the commission level. And that's where you see the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. They've already done it at Planning Commission for 15 minutes. They should be able to do it at Board of Commission meeting in the same amount of time because it's probably the same. So we put the time frame on there, and that includes all members of the applicant's team. And then if a member of the public removed the item from the consent agenda, that member of the public would be allowed to make comment, but it would not be open as a public hearing. Section 515, we eliminated altogether because it's already in another section and it was duplicative. So there's no need to have it in two different places saying the exact same thing. And then section 929, delivery of mail and materials. Again, this was kind of funny to us because it said we could only deliver to commissioners on Tuesdays. There are times we may need to contact you other than on a Tuesday. So we just took that language out so that we could make sure that, again, practice and that we're in compliance. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there before I talk about this one and see if you have any questions, any concerns, if we need to go back and look at anything. Those are just the proposals that, again, myself and Wendy Green worked on. This came out of really listening and trying to become more efficient in our meetings and our agendas.
Questions or comments from the committee members? Any hands online?
No hands are raised
Okay.
online for commissioners.
Okay, please proceed.
Go ahead.
Yeah. This is Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel with Legal. The only thing I would suggest, I do want to make you aware, the changes to section 209 would be a substantive change.
And Counselor,
Mhm.
are you referring to A or the new B?
The new B.
Okay. We can, I guess we'll stop right there because that item, so just my opinion, for discussion, I would prefer item new B stay as it's written and not change from shall to may. That would be one of my requests. And then section 513, under the commissioner's agenda, item G, where we say thereafter, the administrator and public members present shall have an opportunity to comment. I would leave in public members present. I think what you're doing there is changing that to match current practice.
Correct.
And I just would leave it. Those are just my two comments on all that you've brought. Commissioner Davis?
Can you say that one more time, your last point? I hear your first point on item 209B, but
And
the
then
last point.
Section 513G, there's a potential strike through of and public members present shall have an opportunity to comment on the matter in question. And it only references items that come forward on the commissioner's agenda. And I just think that the intent is to make the rule follow our current practice. But I would personally want to leave it that we could have public comment on items that come forward from a commissioner onto the agenda. Just my suggestions. Other than that, I'm good to go and willing to hear what any other commissioner thinks.
We do have Commissioner Hill with her hand raised.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not commenting on what you just mentioned, but I just have a question under section 506, G in red. It used to be, looks like it was a F, no, yeah, it's F now. And my question is around the 15 minutes to present their case. I think our clerk, Miss Monica, mentioned the 15 minutes would include all of their team or whoever would have to speak. My question is, now, do we give them like 5 minutes or 2 minutes? What is the allowed time now?
Commissioner, we don't have a set time for applicants.
They take
Okay.
the time they need and we don't limit them. And so this is suggesting a limit
Correct.
to their presentation time for planning and zoning presenters, applicants.
Okay.
This is the same time limit they have at the planning commission level.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just needed some clarity, and I just know if you have, say, 10 on the non-consent agenda, and each of those wanted 15 minutes, that could stretch out pretty far. I think maybe that was my whole point. But thank you.
And Commissioner, that would be their max. They wouldn't have to take it. They probably would, but they would not have to. Right now, with no time period in place, it could be a half hour to an hour per item.
Well, thank you so much. We definitely need to make sure that we have some type of limitation for time available. This is Hill, District 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we do have Commissioner Ramirez with his hand raised.
Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the clerk. Madam Clerk, can you, or to legal, whoever can describe, just so that the community knows, what items specifically can and cannot go on the commissioner's agenda, just so that they have that knowledge?
This is Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. So the Commissioner's agenda generally are items that didn't go through standing committee, but are general like requests from the commission. Mostly it's the travel requests. And honestly, off the top of my head, I can't really think of a lot of other things that it would be, because any other thing a commissioner would request generally goes through the standing committees first.
Okay, thank you. And as long as I have been on the commission, that is what has normally been on commissioners' agendas, are just those travel requests. And so I just wanted to make sure that the community knew that, yes, there's a commissioner's portion part on the agenda, but it's not for us just to place items. We still have our legislative process that goes to standing committee and then to the full commission. I just wanted to make sure that clarification was there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else from the committee? Okay, and we needed to move into another section. I apologize.
The vote that you would take tonight would just be on the items that we
That
just
we've
covered.
seen so far.
This is for the one that I have on the screen now is for discussion.
Okay, thank you. So, clerk, have we received any comments from the public on this item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone here present in the room that wants to speak on this item? Okay, thank you. And with that, if there are no other comments or questions from the commissioners, I would accept a motion. Commissioner Davis.
Madam Chair, I would like to kind of hear your perspective on how to move forward. So I do agree with you that Section 209, which is the agenda items, and making it very clear that the mayor shall assign the items to an appropriate committee, a standing committee. I do believe that shall remain. Would you prefer that being a motion, or just for staff to bring this back to us next month with just the slight changes?
Personally, I think we could make a motion
Okay.
that accepts out
Yep.
the two I suggested, if you agree with those.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if you make the motion, I will second that.
I will make a motion to approve the amendments to Appendix C of the Unified Government Commission Rules and Procedures, with the exception of Section 209, Item B, leaving it the same, and with the exception of Section 513, Item G, also removing the strike through. That's my motion.
I'll second.
Any other comment? Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane, Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And so go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. So the item that you have on your screen, we're just asking for direction. We are in the process of creating the 2-year calendar for the next 2 years. And as you can see by our Code of Procedures in Section 107, the general regular meetings of the commission shall be held on the first and third Thursdays of the month, with planning and zoning on the fourth. We currently don't follow that. We're just looking for some feedback as to your feeling about that as we go into this. We can do this a couple of ways. We can bring you 2 proposals, one for 3 meetings a month, one for 2 meetings a month, if that is your desire. But we're just trying to get a direction so that we can get these done.
And if we gave you direction, then you might bring back later a change
Yes,
to make this follow our practice.
correct.
Any feelings one way or the Commissioner Davis?
I would prefer 2 meetings a month, just it's quite a bit getting in here and getting our schedules. I also am absolutely in favor of D and us basically every time we meet, we should be able to act on land bank applications. Like if there's not opposition, we've heard from a lot of folks that that's been a huge issue with kind of the cycle. And so that would be my preference is 2 Thursdays. And then every time the full commission meets, we can act on land bank items.
First and third instead of first and fourth. Otherwise, you're getting meetings back to back. Or do you want a break? Does it matter?
It doesn't matter to me.
Doesn't
Other
matter.
hands online, anyone?
We have Commissioner Ramirez.
Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a preference if 2, 3, whatever. It's for me, if it's on my calendar, I'll be there. I was already, when I was first got elected, ACA Cobbin said, good luck to not having Thursdays, and I've gotten used to that. So it does not matter to me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the 2 meetings and they don't bother me being back to back, so
Okay. All right, we will work on a proposed calendar and you'll be seeing that in December.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go on, I just want to say thank you to everybody waiting. I did not want this to take as long as it is, but it is all important. Item 4.5 is approval for revisions to human resources guide, travel training and mileage reimbursement. We have Shakiva with human resources for a presentation, and thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I think it's one before that, is it not?
Yes. I can go without if you don't have it.
Amendments to Appendix C, Rules of Procedures. No, that's not it.
Okay. Shakiva Christian, Human
Let me
Resources.
help you.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Shakiva Christian, Human Resources Manager. We are recommending changes to the current training, travel, and mileage reimbursement policy, largely because the Finance Department has received approval for the resolution R54-25 in reference to the meal and food policy. We wanted to make sure our language was consistent with that policy. In addition, just to double check that all of our practices, here it is.
Thank you.
All of our practices are consistent, or all of our policy language is consistent with practice. So ultimately, we've just added language on the intent where we have a cost-effective, ensuring that there is a cost-effective, equitable, and accountable travel and training practices. Under the new meal and food policy, it references the Federal General Services Administration guidelines for per diem rates. So we want to make sure we're following those. So we added the language or the websites on that to make sure that those are consistent. The virtual and remote section, just in reviewing that, we wanted to make sure or take into account that times are changing. So we would encourage those that could attend training virtually. We understand that there's benefit to, in-person training, but if possible, we could do the remote learning as well as part of our policy. And again, on the meal and food policy, we wanted to make sure our language was consistent there. We do want to clarify that any false claims for reimbursement or failure to attend a conference would result in discipline. Of course, we have language in our disciplinary policy or section 7.1, but we just wanted to make that a little more clear in our policy there. And then also because of Workday, our processes have updated and changed as far as practicality. So we wanted to just make sure that those practices were being followed or the policy reflects the practice in terms of Workday. Any questions?
First of all, thank you for the effort and thank you to all staff for the efforts being undertaken to modernize, if you will, our practices in writing to match across other departments' policies that we've adopted, as well as this Workday component that has internally pretty radically changed the way we do business here as far as processes and procedures. So I just wanted to say one quick thing because I had a question about it this afternoon. All expenditures are tracked and accounted for.
That's correct.
Within this particular policy change, there was an item about not reporting in the weekly business materials, expenditures under 1,000. And I just wanted to address it because the question came to me this afternoon. It's accounted for. What we're doing here is matching our HR policy with our adopted fiscal policy of the unified government. I want to be fair and make sure that what I'm saying is correct, but what we are doing is matching policies across different departments of the unified government. So it's most assuredly accounted for and tracked. It just doesn't become a part of that record that we see when we read our agendas that have all that weekly business material in it. Is that correct?
Are you speaking section 2A, number 2? Roman numeral 2.
Let me make sure. Say again the section.
Section 2A, number 2.
2A.
On the very first page, under policy.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So that language actually was existing in the current policy.
Okay.
But absolutely, you're correct. It will be, all of the expenses are accounted for through the system.
Are there other commissioners with questions or comments?
We have Commissioner Hill with her hand raised.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Christian, for this presentation. I do have just one question on the last slide, the overview of key changes in the policy. You mentioned rates will follow Federal General Services Administration guidelines for per diem rates. Do you know what the new rates are, or are they the same now, or have they changed?
I'm actually not certain what those rates are right now.
Okay. Can you just let us know later?
No, I
We've
have
got
a staff member that's
staff
aware.
member coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, this is Hill District 4.
Chris Dameron, HR department. For the guidelines, it depends on what location they're gonna put in. So for example, your training's gonna be in Johnson County or in Florida. It really depends. Depends on the location.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So it fluctuates, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else online?
No other hands are
Thank
raised.
you. Any comments from the public received on the item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone in person that would like to address the item? Okay, I would take a motion on the item.
Davis, move to approve.
Is there a second?
Ramirez, second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane. Commissioner Kane.
Aye. Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. The next item is amending our human resources guide. There's kind of a couple of sections here. 3 options, A and B are separate proposals regarding residency. Item, element C, I'm sure that was about Go Chiefs, right? Item, item C offers this committee an opportunity to approve both items. If C is approved, A and B are not required. Just to make that as confusing as we possibly can, what's in front of us is a proposal to have a radius for residency, a proposal that changes the amount of time a person is given to move into either the county or whatever the residency designated area is. Are you going to lead the
Yes.
presentation? Okay, Ms. Shakiva, please
I
go
have a
ahead.
question.
Presentation.
I have a comment.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Commissioner Kane.
Are we talking about, can you hear me? Madam Chair, I would like to table this item. There are going to be multiple new commissioners and a new mayor, and I think a decision of this magnitude should be left up to the new administration, not those of us that are on our way out.
So, okay, thank you very much for that.
Did you get that?
Yes, so Commissioner, are you suggesting a motion to table?
Yes,
To new administration and
a motion
commissioner?
to table. And for the reason I said, a new mayor, several new commissioners, and a decision of that magnitude should be left.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. We will hold that for one moment. Here's what I want to say. If we have a motion to table and a second on that item, the request he's making is table to the new mayor and commissioners. We have a lot of people here tonight. I think we've taken in quite a few comments as well. So I haven't asked for a second on that motion yet. What I would request of you is if we were to entertain that, and I think there's some validity to a new mayor and commissioners weighing in on this item, but we have people here who've waited quite a while to speak, and I would allow you to speak. But I need you to understand, if you speak tonight and we accept the motion to table, then the item will come back January or later. If I just want to make sure you're tracking on what we're hearing here. I'm willing to hear from the folks that are here. And I appreciate that you've taken the time to come. So before I do that, and I haven't had a second on that motion just yet, but before we go any further, if you're here and you signed up to speak, or if you're here and you just
Madam Chair, I apologize, but I believe Chambers has been muted.
The majority of those present in the chambers stand in favor, and several, but I would say less than half a dozen, stand in opposition. That's the reaction we got in the chamber. If you are interested in the change of the time allowed to move to whatever we decide the radius is, you can stand. If you are in favor of changing the amount of time, because it's two different things. Okay, here's the situation. Whether we lift the residency rule or we expand the area in which a unified government employee can live, whether we change those or not, right now it's a 12-month window to establish residency. If you are interested in expanding that 12 months to some amount longer than 12 months, can you stand up? If you are interested in keeping the amount of time required to establish residency at 12 months, thank you. So I've got about 11. Okay, thank you. And if you want to keep that amount of time at 12 months, which is what it is currently, would you want to stand up? Okay. So the second part of the equation is not nearly as important to this room as the first. Do I have that correct? Okay. Yes. All right, Shakiva.
Okay, Shakiva Christian, Human Resources Manager. May 20th, 2024, we brought changes or proposed changes to the Human Resources Guide. Essentially, at that time, it was due to workday processes. And at that time, at the AHS meeting, there was some additional information requested. You wanted to look at the impacts on recruitment and retention of employees. How is it viewed by the Wyandotte County citizens? How is it handled by other local government entities? And then the impact on departments in their operations. So the first look we're talking about is the recruitment barriers. The residency requirement is well known in our community and often does deter people from applying for positions. Applicants at job fairs and recruitment events actually end up declining applying for our positions after a residency requirement is made known. Many of our applicants apply and later withdraw from consideration once they realize there is a resident requirement. And it's—
Are you able to, there we go, speak, thank you.
And it's often some qualified applicants that potentially would be a good match that we're finding sometimes decline because of the residency. And then our external labor market tends to compound the effects of recruitment. So if it's an employee market, we're kind of like the last look because of the requirement for us to actually uproot our homes and children in some cases to work for unified government, when most employers, whether public or private, do not have such a requirement. Wanted to go over the unified government turnover trends since 2019. On average, our turnover is usually around 10% or less. In 2019, we saw a 13.89% turnover. It did drop down to 8.61 in 2020 and then back up to 15.26 in 2022. Sorry, those are off, 1920, in 2021, I'm sorry. And then 2023 is around what we typically have is 10.35, and then it dropped again in 23 and 24. And I think the 23, 24, we were kind of low on our turnover because of the economy and people wanting to make sure they had stable employment. The projected turnover for 2025 is approximately 10.5%. So year to date, we've had 223 separations, and our average head count is around 2,500. So we're projecting around 10.5% if the trend continues the way it has. I will say that our applicant flow has increased since the implementation of Workday. It has made our processes a lot simpler and faster, and it has caused a higher level of applicant flows. But I will say again, oftentimes, even though we have the higher applicant flow, there's a lot of candidates that still decline because of the residency. As far as the community perspective, there was a community survey that was implemented or executed in 2022. There was a question concerning various factors if the commission or the community would be okay with particularly the elimination of residency to ensure we have a sustainable workforce. And it turns out that 30% strongly supported the elimination of a residency requirement, 20% somewhat supported, 18% was neutral, and then there was 33% that did not support the elimination of the residency requirement. So about half of the community surveyed was in support, or at least somewhat in support of elimination of the residency requirement. We also talked to various stakeholders or key department leaders for the unified government. We talked to the large departments such as police, fire, public works, and the health department. A lot of them expressed that there were impacts to recruitment. Some expressed wanting the additional time to relocate after hire. Currently, the Sheriff's Department does have an exception because of the recruitment barriers for 24 months, and police there was talks about potentially mirroring that. Same thing for fire departments. Public Works expressly commented that they have recruitment barriers. The health department leader at the time indicated that there were specific problems with the part-time nurse practitioners relocating to Wyandotte County and recommended the elimination of the residency requirement. All right, so just to go over what our probationary periods are for all unified government employees, all of our positions have a 6-month residency period, with the exception of the patrol officers who have a 1-year probationary period after training is complete. Same thing for our firefighters and our deputies, and our dispatchers have a 1-year probationary period from date of hire. And so having those probationary periods, oftentimes we hear employees express that, you know, it's difficult to uproot their homes coming to another county when they're not sure if they're passing their probationary period. So the lengthy probationary periods does impact the residency. And as I mentioned, our current residency requirement or time period to relocate to Wyandotte County is 12 months from the date of hire. Our policy does allow for exceptions to that by the county administrator if there are recruitment issues. And currently in place, we have exceptions for our part-time nurse practitioners, detention deputies, and our police dispatchers. Okay, and as requested, we also did some survey and research in our department regarding other practices of other cities and counties and how they handle residency requirements. We got 16 respondents to our survey. 7 cities and counties have no residency requirement or a response time or a radius only policies. We have 6 counties that have limited residency policies that do not apply to most of their employees of that organization. And then we have 2 cities and counties that have a wide range residency whereby they're only required to live in the state of Kansas. And then 1 city has a strict residency requirement for most of its employee population. So the 7 cities and counties that have no residency requirement at all are City of Merriam, Johnson County, Jackson County, Leavenworth County, and City of St. Louis. The City of St. Louis does have its public safety. They must live in an area they can respond within an hour of being notified. Douglas County has no residency requirement, but they do have response times for certain positions, their fairground positions, their maintenance staff, and their own on-call juvenile intake care assessment workers have to respond within a certain time frame. But again, there's no specific residency for that organization. And then the City of Wichita, all positions must live within 30 minutes of Wichita. So there's a radius, but there's a time frame built around that. Okay, then we had 6 entities that had the residency policies that do not impact most employees in their population. City of Overland Park, employees are not required to live in the city except for the city manager. And then the police must be able to respond within 90 minutes. City of Leavenworth, the city manager and assistant city manager require residency within the city limits, but again, all other employees of that organization are not required to reside in Leavenworth. City of Lawrence, only the city manager is required to reside within city limits. City of Lee Summit, only director level positions and above are required to live within city limits. So most of their employee population is not impacted. City of Lansing, department director and city administrators required to live within the city limits, and then new employees have to live within 30 minutes. City of Lenexa, the management team and police and fire have callback responsibilities, and they must reside within the city limits. So only those individuals are impacted. So again, those are all of the cities that, although they do have residency policies, most of their policies do not impact most of the organization. All right, the next section are the 2 cities and counties that do require state residency. That's Sedgwick County and the city of Topeka. So they do not require specific residency within those jurisdictions, just anywhere in the state of Kansas. And then the one entity that does have a residency policy within its city is the city of Kansas City, Missouri. All of their employees must reside within those city limits, with the exception of police department members who must live within 30 minutes airtime to the nearest city limit. Okay, so the 3 options that we are looking at is the 30-mile radius with 1 year to relocate. So again, the current policy is within the county limits and 12 months from the date of hire. This talks about the 30-mile radius instead of within the county and still with the 1 year to relocate. The 30-mile radius is specifically from this building, City Hall building, and 30 miles surrounding that building. The second item for consideration is Wyandotte County residency with 2 years to relocate. And then the third item for consideration is a 30-mile radius from this building with also 2 years to relocate. And that's all I have to present. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Commissioners, committee members, questions and comments? I saw Chief Kent Anderson in here earlier. Is he gone? Okay, so is there a member specifically of the police department, maybe Nancy, I hate to put you on the spot. But a higher, I guess I would say a major or a captain or someone in the police department that might want to address a question I specifically have. There's 2 captains here, I'm told. Raise your hand. Okay, here's my question, it's a sincere question that I was gonna ask Deputy Chief Anderson. Help me understand. Committee, I'm so sorry. I'm totally bypassing our regular order, but I have a question that I think a police command member needs to answer, and that is, help me understand the scenario where having an officer available to get to whatever that person is being called to in 90 minutes is helpful. Like if I need all my cops and they all live 90 minutes away, somebody please step to the microphone and help me understand the benefit of that. I beg your pardon. Captain Dorset. Captain, I apologize. I'm not intending to put you on the spot. What I'm asking for from you is a sincere answer from an operational standpoint, not your personal opinion.
Sure.
From an operational standpoint, you live in McLouth.
Okay. And I think those cities that have a 90-minute, 90-mile radius, whatever. So there are limitations there that probably did not show up. Currently, right now, we have numerous positions that are on call. CSI, SWAT, numerous, homicide. They have a time restriction. So if you were a member of one of those units or those assignments, you couldn't live 90 miles away. So it is, I want to say, a special opportunity to serve in one of those units. So if that is your choice and you want to work there, you would have to make different arrangements, either live within, whatever our time frame is. Right now, most of them are an hour response time. And that's been our standard for, Mark, 30 years. I would say at least 30 years, and that's all contractual within the FOP contract.
I appreciate it.
Sure.
I'm sorry I'm losing my voice, but I appreciate the sincere operational answer, because that's one of the first things that comes to my mind, specifically with regard to public safety, police, fire, sheriff. Thank you very much.
Reasonable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions that, I'll just state my comments first, and then we'll go to the other commissioners. And I see Commissioner Ramirez has his hand up, so he'll be next. Personally, just my opinion, I'm not interested in allowing folks to move to Missouri. So I think at minimum, folks need to live in Kansas and at least pay into our state. Secondarily, I think 12 months is enough time. I didn't see a lot of concern or pushback on that. And I would be open to further conversation on these residency changes, but I do think certain levels of higher and above, and I mean for all unified government, not just public safety, I think there are certain levels of director level or management level or command level that I think should reside here. Those are my 3 items right now. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm of the mind of Commissioner Kane. You can say we're kind of in this lame duck session at the moment, waiting to see who our new mayor and who our new commissioners are. Just as we did with the sales tax, just as we did with the previous ordinance on the, I don't know what to call them, the discrimination ordinance that was previously heard this earlier tonight. This is this and one, the residency requirement is another example of, these are major policy changes that should be heard by the new administration. I would personally, if I was coming and if I was elected next month or next week, if I was elected next week to represent my district and the new commission, the current commission changed the residency requirement before my voice was even heard, I would be upset as a newly elected commissioner to represent their district. So when time is right, I would like to second Commissioner Kane's motion to table until the new administration is inaugurated.
Thank you very much. Do I see Commissioner Hill? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to check back with Ms. Christian from HR Department. My question is, again, are we experiencing a disparity of employees due to the barriers surrounded around the idea of the residency ordinance?
Yes. Yes, we have individuals that we hear from frequently, as well as departments indicating that they have a lack of individuals that are interested because of the residency. And so yes, we've seen that occur.
And I know we as the community are often challenged when we hear that the UG doesn't have enough employees, that work isn't getting done. And so I was just wondering if part of that whole scenario is a part of this residency requirement.
Yes, I think the applicant pool of qualified candidates is impacted when we don't have the opportunity to cast a large net instead of just concentrating in one area. I think that impacts us largely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other comments from commissioners?
We have Commissioner Kane with his hand
Yes,
raised.
hey, just a reminder, 40% of the commission will be replaced. 3 commissioners and a mayor. That's a significant amount of folks that are new. And like what Christian said, to make a decision of this magnitude, as they're coming in, they have to live with it. I would prefer that they made that decision and not us. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Commissioner Davis, anything before we move to public comment?
No, these people have been waiting here patiently, so I will wait.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's hear from the community, those that have written and those that have signed up in person. Clerk Sparks, do you want to summarize the written comments we received? These are in the record.
Yes.
Every written comment is placed in the record, but since there were such a high volume, Madam Clerk's going to summarize them.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And thank you, Commissioner. Comments were received to this item for the period of October 1 through October 27 of 2025. 83 comments were received by the Unified Government Clerk's Office. All 83 comments were in support of lifting the residency rule. And primary reasons in support of the change are the policy is outdated. It increases the talent pool of qualified applicants and assists with staffing vacancies and retention of employees. Safety concerns of public safety employees and their families. Will reduce turnover, improve morale, which improves customer service. Forcing workers to live in a geographic area denies them freedom to choose what is best for their families. Other local governments have removed the restriction, and moving can take time, extending to 24 months, recognizes moving challenges. That's a summary of the comments we received.
Thank you. Okay, and we have a list of speakers. Please go ahead. And by the way, we're going to have maximum 2 minutes public speaking time. If you can do it in less, please do.
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have a list of people that have signed up. First up, we have Tim Carney with Carlos Ulola on deck.
And name and city of residence for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Tim Carney. I'm a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. A lot of good points have been made here tonight. I'd like to focus on what I consider to be the crux of the issue, which is the main problem that many municipalities, including the UG, struggle with, and that's recruitment and retention of talent. I think that if you spoke to every department leader with the UG, all of them would be welcome, would open with welcome arms, more skilled and qualified applicants for their respective departments. And of course, that's a clear indication of why the residency requirement should be lifted and this change should be approved. Almost every UG department, including and especially the police department, is struggling with recruitment and retention and has significant staffing shortages. The police department authorized manpower right now is 381 sworn. 369 of those are funded through the UG, 12 additional from grant funding. Earlier this year, we were as low as 308 sworn, or roughly 80% of our authorized manpower. It'd be fair to say that KCKVD has fluctuated between 80 to 85% staffing, even as other agencies have been able to pull their staffing numbers up into the 90 to 95% range. This includes both metro and regional competitors such as Wichita, Topeka.
1 minute remaining.
The same holds true for recruitment and retention for many other UG departments as well. We as citizens look to our elected leaders as to be problem solvers. When there's a sensible, pragmatic, and low to no cost tool available to help with recruitment and retention of county employees, we fairly expect our leaders to make the simple procedural change that is necessary to put that tool in the UG's tool belt. That's what this is. I'm sure there will be some people who speak against it and point to some amorphous belief that in some sort of community pride, diversity, further tax revenue. This is despite the fact there are numerous studies indicating that residency requirements actually lead to consistently higher dispersion scores or police forces less demographically similar to their cities, or the fact that the UG residency requirement employees tend to disproportionately live in the western side of the county, or the fact that the best way to encourage employees to live here and stay here would be actually to foster a better, safer community where both individuals and businesses want to be here. A well-staffed, effective, and
Your time
talented
has
UG
expired.
employment process would be beneficial. Give us the UG a place where employees want to live and not one where they are forced to live. Thank you.
And just a quick reminder before our next speaker or any other speakers, if you are coming to the podium to speak for or against, you must speak in your personal, not your professional role, to make sure you don't violate UG ethics. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Carlos Uola, and I'm a citizen here in Wyandotte County. Good evening, everyone. I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to express why lifting the residential requirement in Wyandotte County is not just a matter of policy, but it is a matter of progress. This change will strengthen public service, improve public safety, and make the unified government more effective for the people they serve and a better place for us residents to live in. For years, Wyandotte County has required many public employees to live within the county limits. With this, while this rule was originally meant to encourage local investment, it has an unintended consequence. It limits the ability to recruit and retain the most qualified, experienced professionals, especially in critical fields like law enforcement, firefighting, emergency response, and public works. Today's job market is competitive. Cities and counties across the region are offering flexibility, better pay, and broader residency options. When you hold on to strict residency requirements, it effectively shrinks the talent pool. That means fewer applicants for vital positions and longer hiring times for departments that are already stretched thin. By lifting this requirement, you open the door to attracting the best and not just the closest.
1 minute
You
remaining.
can bring the seasoned officers, engineers, and public administrators who want to serve this community, even if they happen to live a few miles outside the borders. Their skills and dedication don't stop at the county line. Improving public safety is about having the right people on the job, individuals with experience, training, and passion for service. If you give the police and fire department access to a broader pool of talent, you can reduce overtime, fill vacant shifts faster, and improve response times. That's safer neighborhoods and stronger communities for everyone. The same goes for public service, from road maintenance to health programs. When you expand from the hiring reach, you gain access to specialists, planners, and technicians who bring fresh ideas and proven solutions from other areas. They can help Wyandotte grow smarter and serve residents more efficiently. Let's also remember that many who live outside Wyandotte County still shop here, volunteer here, and help families here. Their commitment to this community isn't defined by their zip code, it's defined by their work and their impact. Lifting the residency requirement doesn't mean turning your back on Wyandotte. It means turning your focus towards excellence. It means
Your time has
valuing results,
expired.
performance, and dedication over geography. Thank you.
Up next, we have Gerald Altick with Rachel Erickson on deck.
Hello, my name is Jared Altick. I'm a senior pastor at Wyandotte County Christian Church. I am not a UG employee, and I've lived in Wyandotte County for about 25 years. I've taken the day off work today to volunteer as an instructor at our police academy. What topic did we cover today? Death notifications. We spent hours teaching these recruits and practicing with them the act of giving the worst possible news that anyone could ever hear, knowing that someday they would have to do this for real for our citizens here in Wyandotte County. There's no good way to break the news that your loved one has died, but as you can imagine, there's hundreds of bad ways to do it, and it's an impossible task. And doing it well is primarily going to come down to the quality of the officer as a person, his or her compassion and integrity, their intelligence and emotional intelligence. We need to recruit the very highest caliber of person to be our police officers. I've got good news. The current recruit class is filled with great people. The bad news is that each one of these recruits knows other high-quality potential candidates who will not be coming to work for us because of the residency requirement. Why would someone 25 years or younger who is living with their parents in Parkville and saving tons of money doing
1
it
minute remaining.
move 15 minutes away and lose money when other police departments will let them stay with their folks? Why would a mom move her child out of a great school district if she doesn't have to? Other agencies will let her stay with her school and her support network. We have potential hires whose parents and significant others are advising them not to move anywhere, at least for now. But 5 years down the road, their circumstances could change. For us, that means they end up moving to Missouri or to Johnson County. A small area residency requirement only works when the cities around you are doing the exact same thing. They are not doing that, and it's not working. Our neighborhood community, the neighboring communities around us are snatching up some of our very best recruits. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Erickson, and I'm a citizen of Wyandotte County. I'm here to speak about the new residency proposal of allowing UG employees to live within a 30-mile radius. It seems unreasonable to ask a newly hired person and potentially their family to move in this economy, to potentially buy a new house in this economy, while many people already have low interest rates due to COVID. I can't foresee many applicants uprooting their children from their schools, potentially moving away from their support system, selling their homes, etc., all to work for the UG when they can go to another local municipality that doesn't have this requirement. Kansas City, Missouri had their residency policy lifted in 2022 for their police officers. Kansas City, Missouri Police Department Facebook page advised not even a month ago that in 2025, they are on track to hire more officers than they have in the past 2 decades. Their momentum is still strong with 19 laterals in the process and 45 people in their current academy. I realize that some members of this county think that there will be a mass exodus of UG employees, and I personally don't think that is true. And in my opinion, too many people have houses here, have
1 minute remaining.
family here, children in schools, they attend local churches, and many people, as I advised earlier, have an interest rate on their home, and they don't want to let go of that rate. I know many UG employees who advise they would not move out of Wyandotte County, at least for one of the reasons I just listed above. I personally know one former extremely qualified UG employee who advised that he would come back if residency was lifted. I also have a friend who would like to be a dispatcher, but she doesn't want to uproot her children from their school. If someone does leave Wyandotte County, they will have to sell their house, and a new home buyer will come in and pay those taxes. Nobody's going to pay 2 mortgages. The UG will not lose any money. In fact, I believe that implementing this new 2-year rule will actually cost the UG money. We will become the training hub of the Metro. People will come here, get their certification, get some experience under their belt, and they'll leave. In conclusion, I feel that lifting this policy to the 30-mile radius will improve quality recruitment for every department. Every other city in the county, every other city in the Metro manages to function just fine with residency policy. Why does the UG insist on keeping it? Thank you.
Up next, we have Quentin Johnson and Devin Bayard on deck.
My name is Quentin Johnson. I'm a concerned citizen of Wyandotte County. Good evening, commissioners and mayor. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am here to urge the unified government to lift the residency requirement for our employees. Wyandotte County is growing faster than ever with projects like Clam Park Restoration, Margaritaville, Buc-ee's, and many other developments. Our community is thriving, but to keep up with this growth, our policies must evolve, particularly in public safety. Recruitment and retention has become a serious challenge. Cities across the metro are offering incentives and no resident requirement, giving a major advantage over us. If we want to stay competitive, we must do the same. This policy is also costing our taxpayers. According to kansasopengov.org, in 2024, the unified government spent over $11.4 million on overtime. About 86% of this came from first responders alone. That figure does not include salaries or benefits, just overtime. When departments are short-staffed, employees must work extra hours at time and a half pay. That the average first responder salary was around $58,000 in 2024 in Kansas City, Kansas, meaning last year's overtime could have funded nearly 200 additional positions. More staffing would reduce burnout, improve response times,
1
and
minute
strengthen
remaining.
service to our citizens. Retention is another major issue. Many new hires train here, gain experience, and then leave for agencies without residency requirement. The number one reason people give for resigning is this very policy. It's a costly recycle, recruit, train, lose, and start over. Research shows it costs about $100,000 to fully retrain one single recruit. Lifting this residency rule will help us keep the people we invest in, reduce overtime, and save millions in the long run. Ending this residency requirement isn't about abandoning our community. It's about making Wyandotte County stronger, more efficient, and more attractive to skilled professionals who want to serve. Thank you for your time and considering steps in building a better Wyandotte County.
Good evening. My name is Devin Baird. I'm a current resident of Wyandotte County. Though I had a speech prepared much in line with the ones you've already heard, considering the pending motion that still needs to be voted on, I've chosen to change gears a little bit. I have, of course, in favor of the radius residency. I would just ask that the commissioners try to put something on the minutes tonight as far as locking down a date for a commission meeting to have this discussed, so it's not something that is pushed out month on month. I did see on the website that January 8th is the first full commission meeting after the first of the year. So I would just ask the commissioners take everything they hear tonight into effect and possibly make a amendment to their motion, if possible, to go ahead and put this on a future date so it's not pushed out to a point that it seems like people just don't care anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And I'll just pause for 1 minute. Whoever is next, be ready, but legal had a comment she wanted to make to me. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, this is E. Bishop with the Unified Government Legal Department. If the vote is to table this item, it can only be tabled for 30 days. So it would have to go back on the agenda next month.
Thank you. That's important to know. We won't have a new mayor and commissioners sworn in the next 30 days. So we just making a point. Who is next on this?
Up next, we have Cedric Saunders. On deck, Robert Jansen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. My name is Cedric Jermaine Saunders. I'm a citizen of Wyandotte County. I'm a long-term resident of Wyandotte County. I was born at KU Medical Center last century. I was raised in the Victory Hills area of KCK. I went to church at Third Street Church of God and Hillview Church of God for most of my life. The only time I didn't live in this small big town was while I was on active duty with the United States Marine Corps and for a short time I was in college in California. My family has been here for generations. My great-great-grandfather moved here after he had a little bit of a issue in Eudora, Kansas, and we've been here ever since. My roots go deep in this county, and I don't see me and my family moving anytime soon. I stand here today in support of the measure to lift the residency requirements to a 30-mile radius. We are a great community here, full of diversity and promise, but we have challenges. One of them is we need qualified people to work here. All around the metro, we have scores of people who want to serve the people of the city and county, but they, for whatever reasons of their own, cannot move here. We should not limit the people who want to work here based on their geographic location, but on the qualifications to serve.
Hello, my name is Robert Jansen. I'm a resident of Wyandotte County. I've been living here for 5 years. We got 3 points I want to bring up here from 3 aspects of this conversation. Budgetary advantages, other people have talked about this, how anytime a UG employee, if this residency were to be lifted, moves out of the county, someone from the private sector or maybe another government moves in, they're paying those taxes. So the money is going to be about the same. And then that UG employee, when they commute into work, they're going to buy groceries, they're going to go to Buc-ee's, they're going to go to you name it, they'll still be spending that money. And then that other person from another place that moved in, they're gonna be doing their shopping in their local area. So that is gonna remain the same. Just from personal experience, I know many there in law enforcement that live within the county. They go shop in other areas because they don't feel safe. They don't want to see someone they've arrested. And that part of that money concerns, saying money is gonna stay in the county because of a UG employee or a law enforcement officer living there. A lot of them are going to shop elsewhere anyway. So that's kind of a moot point. I do want to talk about moral reasons. I don't believe that residency is fair or equitable. It's
1 minute remaining.
It is a regressive policy. Okay. It favors more of people that have been here for 10, 15, 20 years. They've already had their mortgage paid for and all that kind of stuff. New people that are trying to move in on that starting salary, times are really tough still in this economy. And it's a very regressive policy. And it's just another hurdle for new hires when it's already so hard to keep people here. I don't believe that a 2-year stepping stone or the 2-year, changing it to 2 years while keeping it within the county helps at all. Because again, people will just use that as to start their career and then maybe move elsewhere. Personal connections. I've met many peace officers from within and outside of WICO that say they will move in here. They'd be excited to work for KCK. But again, they don't want to because of the residency requirement. The people of the Wyandotte County deserve the best employees possible, and that'll be the best thing for the county. It'll be better hires, more people that are going to do the best job, bring in new ideas. WICO
Your time
deserves the
has
best.
expired.
WICO deserves the best. Thank you.
Up next, we have Annie Erickson with Jamel Holloway on deck.
Hi, Annie Erickson, resident of Kansas City, Kansas. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to advocate for lifting the residency requirement specifically for law enforcement officers. I think we can all agree that it's nice to go home after a long day of work, today included. Creating some distance between work and not work is healthy and necessary. But for the law enforcement officers here in KCK, the entire city and county is their office. They can't ever get away from work. And as most of you know, because I do the invocations at UG meetings, I serve as a chaplain with the police department. But to be clear, that is a volunteer position. I am not a UG employee. But I'd like to tell you what it's like to volunteer. I can't go anywhere in town without driving past a house, business, or park where I've been on a call. When I go to my favorite grocery store, I pass the house where a man hung himself and his body wasn't discovered for several days. When I go to church, I pass the house
1
where a
minute
teenager
remaining.
committed suicide. You get the idea. And when I drive past these places, my mind is instantly transported back to those scenes. I am a grief, trauma, and crisis counselor by profession. That is my day job. And I'd like to advocate for our law enforcement officers as a professional therapist. If our officers have to live where they work, they can never get away from being triggered or letting their guard down. They're made to be in a perpetual state of hypervigilance, which is not good for mental health. It breeds stress and contributes to adverse mental health issues. Please, for the sake of our law enforcement officers, would you consider lifting the residency requirement? If we want a healthy community, we need to care for the health of our first responders as well.
Up next, we have Jamel Holloway with Austin Schruler on deck. Schooler, I'm sorry, excuse me. Okay, Austin up next.
I'm Austin Schuler from Kansas City, Kansas.
Excuse me.
And I'm a lifelong resident of Wyandotte County. And I am in favor of amending the residency requirement, expanding it to a 30-mile radius from City Hall. Me and my brothers are both employees of the unified government, and we plan on hopefully all retiring from here as long as we can make it align with our life situations. That's not always easy with these residency requirements that are in place. We often share our frustrations with the difficulties associated with, with hiring and retaining other members of our separate departments, because this affects not just one or two, but I know of at least personally 3 or 4 different departments this affects across the unified government. Further, I should add that although I am in favor of adding the additional year to relocate to the residency guidelines, it's simply not enough. It's a nice sentiment. However, it'll hardly make the difference in the long-term goals of the city. I've seen many times before where people will come to the unified government to work for us just to gain work experience or certifications, and then they quit before ever moving to the county. And then they leverage that gain experience to make long-term differences in other counties who don't care about where they live.
1 minute remaining.
We deserve to have the best employees that we can hire. We deserve to be served by employees with more than just a year or 2 of experience before they leave. We deserve to be able to live where we want. We deserve to hire and retain the best first responders, public works, and city service employees. The citizens of Wyandotte County deserve to have the residency requirement lifted. Thank you.
Up next, we have Matthew Chastain. Please excuse me if I say your name wrong. Up next and on deck would be John Stimac.
Hello, my name is Matt Chastain. I'm currently a resident of Bonner Springs for now. Residency requirements is one of the most negatively impactful and draconian policies in existence. It serves no actual purpose in modern day other than continuing nepotism, tribalism, good old boy business practices, and maintaining a perception of political clout and a supposed guaranteed tax base. UG employees are just financial hostages and kind of nothing more. If people want to come and live here and feel this concept of community that we keep hearing about, that's awesome. But they deserve the right to have a choice. The response that some of us have heard of that we think that those that serve the community and live here are more invested. There is zero objective data that can prove that's even close to true. That's an opinion. The view that employees are somehow less effective or care less about the performance of their duties if they lived in this house in this county versus this house in this county is asinine and insulting. If people are allowed to live and thrive outside of the Wyandotte County, even within the 30-mile perimeter, while working here, then this social iron curtain mentality will lessen over time and will actually expand the capabilities of all the services in WYCO. Let's also not overlook the the mental health aspect. Why should the public service employees be forced to reside in the same areas or around the same areas where they experience horrific events? We all understand that they deal with bad calls. It's part of the job. Everybody accepts that. But if they aren't able to create some sort of distance between point A to point B where their home is, then it's just going to increase the impact, the negative impact of these experiences. The idea also that keeping people here will, quote, keep money in WYCO, that doesn't make sense either. It's a moot point because the second you spend money that you've earned in any other county, any other city, you didn't keep it in the county, so what's the point? And that's all I have.
Your time has expired.
Perfect.
Hello, my name is John Stimac, and I'm a lifelong resident of Kansas City, Kansas. I believe the discussion of residency for unified government employees is long overdue, and I'm glad to stand here today with the opportunity to voice my concerns with this outdated policy. The requirement to live within Wyandotte County for unified government employees is not employee-friendly, nor is it employee applicant-friendly. The policy hinders recruitment and retention. Modern employment policies are turning towards increasing employee satisfaction. And for me and my family and many others like me, that means having the freedom to be able to work where we want to work and live where we want to live. The freedom to make choices that are best for our families. Maintaining a residency policy is not in the best interest of UG employees, prospective employees, or the community. This policy breeds nepotism UG-wide and hinders our growth and flourishment as a community. I've heard the argument that first responders should live in the areas where they serve. With that argument, there is a built assumption that professionals will somehow be less professional or do their job with less quality and care if they are not serving the community they live in. This is absurd and an insult to those who risk their lives in the service of others. Across the country, millions of first responders put on a uniform, go to work, and serve with honor and integrity without a residency requirement.
1 minute
They
remaining.
do the job because they love the job. The quality of service a community gets is more highly correlated with having fully staffed, highly qualified, and highly experienced employees. What I care about, and I'm sure many other community residents would agree, is that when an emergency occurs, we have enough first responders to arrive quickly and that they were the best candidate for the job, not just because they live within the confinements of Wyandotte County. With that said, I support the amendment, amending the Unified Government Human Resources Guide to change the residency requirement to a 30-mile radius. Thank you guys for your attention.
Up next, we have Caitlin Chastain with Jarrell Hicks on deck.
My name is Caitlin Chastain. I am a community member of Wyandotte County. I do live in Bonner Springs. However, I would like to note that I was born and raised in Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas specifically. I want to say, first of all, that I agree with most of the points that have been made here tonight. It's going to make mine a little bit shorter than that. I wanted to continue on some of those that in order for KCMO, they're seeing this great deal of people coming into their counties and their cities and everything like that. It isn't because Kansas City, Missouri all of a sudden became the best place to go to or the best place to live. It is because they are lifting that residency requirement. As we can see, we are one of the last ones that are trying to pull this. They're getting 19 laterals, and the reason why we talk about PD so often is because honestly, they're the ones that talk about it a lot. They're getting 19 laterals. It's a drop in the bucket for a 1,200 person police department in Kansas City, Missouri. However, with KCK, if we were getting those people, that would make an immense difference in the amount of people that we were able to do. Less overtime, more shifts covered, so on and so forth. I wanted to continue with also saying that when we're getting applicants coming in, they're having to balance
1
the
minute
housing
remaining.
market, the availability of these houses, home rates, as well as like what they are wanting for their family, whether or not they want farmhouses, whether or not they want to live in the city, whether or not they want to live near where they work. They have to balance all that with high housing rates. And when we're looking at it, when we're going on a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, there's about 200 available in Wyandotte County. And when you increase that to a 30-mile radius, it increases to almost 1,100 that we're looking at. And also I'm increasing those to $400,000, which is not realistic for somebody that is living or coming into an entry-level position. If you diminish that to $300,000 house, it gets even lower. So I say this in the sense of like many people are balancing their families and their homes and what they are choosing and who they are choosing to work for in a very, very stressful economic time, and I think that they would choose Wyandotte County. You guys have been and will continue to make big decisions, and I have all the utmost confidence that you will continue and be able to make this one. Thank you.
All right, good evening. My name is Drew Hicks. I've been a resident here for approximately 9 years. Honorable commissioners and fellow citizens of Kansas City, Kansas, I rise this evening not in opposition, but in hope. Not to criticize, but to appeal to our better judgment and our shared vision of what this city may yet become. For many years, our city has stood as one of the few remaining municipalities still bound by a residency requirement for its public servants and employees. Once, such a measure may have been noble, yet time has changed the world around us, and what was once protection may now be a limitation. Permit me, therefore, to speak of opportunity. To lift this restriction is not to abandon our community. It is to invite into its service the finest minds from across our region. It is to say, come, serve with us, and bring your skill and dedication to Kansas City, Kansas. By broadening our field of applicants, we strengthen our city. Departments may find renewed vigor. Public safety may rise as new professionals step forward, no longer barred by an arbitrary boundary. And in doing so, we elevate the quality and spirit of our governance. In this age, families face rising costs and changes.
1 minute remaining.
In this age, families face rising costs and changing circumstances. Let us offer flexibility as a token of trust and receive in return the loyalty of gratitude. This is not a retreat, it is progress. It is a declaration that Kansas City, Kansas seeks to empower its public servants and employees alike. Let us no longer be the last city clinging to an outdated rule, but rather one to embrace a brighter horizon. In lifting this requirement, we do not lose our city, we expand its heart. Thank you.
Up next, we have Brendan McAvoy with Jordan Hill on deck.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brendan McAvoy. I'm an 18-and-a-half-year resident of District 5. You can lead change, or change will lead you. This excerpt from John Cotter's book about organizational change is particularly relevant to the opportunity this committee has today in regards to the 30-mile radius resolution. I support this resolution from a perspective of talent management. Although I was not born here, I have over the last 18 years learned what it means to be a Dot. It means that one is fiercely proud to be from Wyandotte. I submit that the fierce independence associated with being a Dot would compel this committee to grant its employees the independence to live where they wish while they serve Wyandotte County. It is my belief that, in light of generational concerns and trends in employment over the past decade, Wyandotte County can no longer afford, from a talent management perspective, to turn away prospective employees based upon the residency rule. What I'm asking in this regard is that this committee, and then in turn the Board of Commissioners, give the administration the ability to broaden its talent pool to include applicants who do not live in our county.
1 minute remaining.
As we are the only large civic organization in the metro to retain a residency requirement, I would not ask that we would emulate our neighbors on all sides, but that we would allow Wyandotte County to compete with them for the best employees for our county. The current job market is oriented towards employees and competition for employees. It's no longer oriented towards the large talent pools enjoyed in the past. By maintaining the residency requirement, we're putting ourselves behind our competitors, and their pace is quickening. Another trait of Dots is that they are ready for anything because they know that things happen fast and anything can happen here in our county. I would ask this committee to help Wyandotte continue to be ready for anything that can happen in the workforce and pass the 30-mile resolution. I would ask this committee to lead this change in the residency requirement to seek a larger employee pool rather than be led by changes that today's transitional workforce is bringing, whether we like them or not. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Hill, and I'm a Wyandotte County resident. I'm also an employee of the unified government, and my reason for being here is to speak in strong support of the proposed resolution to amend the Human Resources Guide, specifically the 30-mile radius to live outside. When I saw this item on the agenda, I was genuinely encouraged. It means that the concerns of many dedicated UG employees are finally being acknowledged and discussed. Regardless of the outcome today, I want to sincerely thank the chair and the commissioners for allowing us the opportunity to voice our thoughts on an issue that deeply impacts our workforce. To be direct, I firmly believe that our current residency policy is outdated, counterproductive, and harmful to both recruitment and retention, especially within our public safety sectors such as law enforcement. This policy as it stands does not serve our employees or the community we dedicate our careers to. Shouldn't it be a top priority that UG employees feel supported, validated, and heard on matters that affect their professional and personal lives? From an objective standpoint, I can't identify a single tangible benefit that this current policy provides to the citizens of Wyandotte County or the UG. What it does do is create unnecessary barriers in attracting and keeping
1 minute
quality
remaining.
employees in a profession that already faces significant staffing challenges nationwide. I take great pride in working for the UG, but I want that pride to be reflected in the services that we deliver to our residents. But we can't do that if qualified candidates are turning away from us simply because they can't afford to move, buy a new home, or uproot their families and children from established communities and schools. I've heard two main arguments for maintaining the current policy, and I believe they can both be reasonably challenged. The first is the idea that public servants work harder when they live in the communities that they serve. There's no empirical evidence to support this. In fact, the reverse argument highlights the flaw, suggesting that employees in other cities without such restrictive policies are somehow less dedicated or effective, which we know is simply not true. The second argument is concern over losing Wyandotte County's tax base. Again, that does not hold up. Not every UG employee will move if the policy changes. And even if some of them do, their homes will not sit.
Your time has expired.
Thanks.
Up next, we have Katie Miller with Adam Bond on deck.
Hello, I'm Katie Miller, and I am a lifelong resident of Wyandotte County. The UG has long required many of its employees to live within county limits. While this policy was originally designed to ensure that public servants had a personal stake in the community they serve, in practice, it has become a barrier in attracting and retaining qualified workers, and in fact is hurting the community as a whole. Lifting residency requirement offers significant potential benefits for both the local government and the broader community. First, removing the residency rule would allow the UG to recruit from a much larger and competitive pool of applicants with different backgrounds and different upbringings. In recent years, local governments nationwide have struggled to fill all positions. So by opening employment opportunities to candidates from surrounding counties, Wyandotte County can attract individuals with specialized skills and strong professional experiences who might otherwise be excluded. This in turn improves the quality of local services and results in enhancing residents' daily lives. Lifting the restriction promotes equality and fairness for employees. Many workers make decisions about where they live based on family needs, schools, housing costs, or spousal employment. When employees are forced to reside in one area, they may view the job as a short-term commitment rather than a long-term career, which is why our turnover rate continues to fluctuate. Allowing this flexibility demonstrates that the UG values its workers as people and not just employees. It is no secret that police officers are not always favored, and that shows with the 2 men that were stripped of their lives within the past few months while serving this county. We should not run that risk by endangering our officers and requiring them to live on their off time to be neighbors with people that they potentially arrested. When workers feel respected and supported, morale and productivity arise, which benefits the entire community through more efficient and compassionate service delivery. Economic benefits would likely follow. A more stable, well-staffed local government supports consistent service delivery and fosters confidence among residents and businesses. Even if some employees live outside of Wyandotte County, the houses.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Adam Bond. Lived here my whole life. I'd like to discuss the benefits of lifting the living restriction for the first responders' mental health aspect. As a first responder, I find it challenging to disassociate from my job on my days off, as I may encounter coworkers, patients, or scenes that we have responded throughout the city. Mental health is a critical concern in our profession. I believe everyone deserves the opportunity to separate their personal and professional lives. Expanding the living restriction to a 30-mile radius would help facilitate the separation. I appreciate your attention to this matter. And something else I have to talk about is the 90 minutes thing. You have on-duty staffing. This is regards to where you live. There, in the history of the fire department that I know of, like the tornado in 2003, there was no callback at all.
Just help me understand what you're saying. And I don't mean to disrupt
There was-
your comment, but I just need to
So
understand.
like, as far as 90 minutes to get back to the city,
Uh-huh.
there's never been a callback to where you called personnel in and they're not here quick enough. And that, the tornado that hit was probably the largest, biggest thing that we've had.
Right.
There was no callback for that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Jess Jansen with Taylor Fitton on deck.
Hi, I'm Jess Jansen. I'm a KCK YCO resident. I'm very grateful to be married to a KCK officer. We've got 1 kid and 1 kid on the way. So thank you for putting up with our kid being here. He's a handful. You should vote to remove the residency requirement and change it to be 30 miles radius from the city hall. Personally, I would like to have the freedom to choose where we live. When we got married 4 years ago, we bought a house in Wyco, even though it was far from where I worked because we had to do that for his job. I was willing to make that sacrifice. However, now we are growing our family and our house is too small to pick a safe spot in our budget. We're having trouble, to say the least. It's been a blessing, but we're ready to move somewhere new. We are preferring to find a new location that isn't close to where my husband patrols. A few years ago, we had a man who was being arrested by him tell him where he lived, what he drove, and what he did in his free time. That is terrifying, not only for him, but for me and now as our kids as well. We live in a very safe area, and that is so scary. We're very secluded. It's very scary.
1 minute remaining.
To have somebody tell you where you live and what you do in your free time. Officers should be allowed the freedom to choose where they live away from the districts they patrol. My husband and many others interact with some very dangerous people and risk their lives every day for their community. The least we can do is allow them to live in a location where they won't be recognized by the people that they have been arrested. Everybody else has already said that KCK is critically short-staffed. Retention is not improving. We need more officers, plain and simple. They've already hit on that, so I'm just not going to. KCK impacts the entire community, emergency response and officer safety. Officer safety, the world's not becoming safer for these officers. I don't need to remind everybody of the 2 recent fallen officers. They risk their lives every day willingly for our community. We need to have their backs just like they have our backs. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello. Hi, my name is Taylor Fissian. I am a community member in Kansas City, Kansas, who deeply values public safety and those who serve it. Thus, I believe we need to lift the residency restriction, and this is long overdue. To start, it is clear that our law enforcement proves a constant test of courage, long hours, split-second decisions, and a daily choice to stand between good and evil. Every officer who serves this community does so in that pursuit of good, risking their lives to do so. But what we can't ignore are the numbers, and they are concerning. On any given shift, there can be as many as only 19 patrol officers protecting 170,000 residents. That is roughly 1 patrol officer for every 8,900 people. I'm sure you can agree that is not sustainable, it is not fair for the officers, and it's not safe for the community. The reality is our county keeps growing, new neighborhoods, new businesses, new families, but our police department isn't growing with it. When you don't have enough officers, response times rise, burnout strikes, and proactive policing becomes reactive survival. And that toll isn't abstract. Earlier this year, our community suffered the tragic losses of Officer Simoncic and Deputy Ming, a painful reminder of how many our officers, how
1
much
minute
our officers
remaining.
give every day, often well understaffed and overstretched. That's why recruitment and retention aren't just administrative challenges, they are safety challenges. When we make it harder to hire, we make it harder to protect everyone. The residency requirement is more commonly referred to as a residency restriction, and it's doing exactly what its name implies, restricting. It restricts where we recruit, who we can hire, and ultimately how safe our community can be. National staffing models suggest that for a population our size, we'd need roughly 240 patrol officers on the roster to sustain about 60 on duty at any given time. Instead, we're working with 19. That gap isn't theoretical, it's the difference between backup and going without it. Just to close, there's a Lexipol quote on their website. It says, the law enforcement community must continue innovating to attract and retain quality officers while maintaining high standards for public safety and fulfilling this mandate. Lifting this outdated rule is innovation. It's a practical, forward-thinking
Your time
step.
has expired.
I'm so close. Most of all, it will allow us to keep our officers and community safe. A safe community thrives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Andrew Maticio. I cannot read this handwriting. I do apologize. And then we have Tamara Wilson on deck. Andrew, are you still in the building? Yes. Okay.
Hello, I'm Andrew Mayfield. I live in KCK. I live on South 34th Street. I've lived there since March 2020. Since I've lived there, I've had a call law enforcement on an average twice a month. I can see Olivia's memorial from my kitchen window. I've seen it all there. More often than not, I do not get an appropriate response time to the emergency that I'm witnessing. I've witnessed children run through my front yard with an AR. I've seen gunshots. I've had people ask for my camera footage for my car, for their cars getting stolen in front of my house. I've had mostly everything and more that I wanted to see. So to have, while I'm at work, working for the city and providing services for a city, I'm not getting that in return because people that do those jobs for me are telling me that they don't have the staffing to respond to my house in an appropriate amount of time. Governments, local governments, this
1 minute
commission,
remaining.
do everything for our safety. That's what you want to do. I'm not as eloquent as everybody else. They've talked about a lot of things that I want to talk about. Yeah, just do more for us. We're trying to do as much. This policy does not mean that we will leave the county. It means more people could come here and serve those that do live here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tamara Wilson. I'm a resident of KCK, and I am a mother and a mother-in-law of a KCK police officer or officers. And I am here in support of the change of residency regulation restriction. I feel that and I'm speaking, and the only thing that I know to speak on is the police that I witness. I feel that they need mental health downtime. It's very hard for my family. Everywhere they go, they see someone that they have either arrested, a family member comes up to them, thank you for being there when my family member passed away, or it's continually something over and over. So that is just continual. It's like being on the job 24/7. So a lot of times my family has to go elsewhere and spend their money in other counties to get away from doing that. So it's actually, Wyandotte County is losing money at times.
1
So
minute remaining.
I don't feel that, I think there's a strong brother and sisterhood in the police department, and I think that you'll only bring better relations in by opening up the residency requirement. And I just wish that you would give these officers and all the first responders some mental health area around them and let them have their time down instead of encountering everybody that they come in contact with when they don't want to. So thank you for letting me speak. And I want to thank everybody here that has dedicated to not only working here, but living here. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate you all.
Up next, we have Steve Sessions and Carolyn White on deck.
Honestly, there's not much I can say after you got a whole room of people talking, but it's a bit concerning that the two commissioners.
Please state your name, sir.
Oh, Steve Sessions, KCK. It's a bit concerning that the two commissioners that decide to table this to a further date are the ones that can't look this entire room in the eyes while they say that. It's when you're an elected official, it's your job to do your job every day until your job is done. And to put this on somebody else's back when we're not talking in front of the next administration, we're talking in front of the administration that is here now. And you have an entire room full of people that not one person has said that they agree to this. You have the HR director saying that she's struggling hiring people in our community to protect our community. This not even just for the police department or the fire department, it's for the street departments, for every department that you are a part of. And I don't know why this is even a talking point. Like, you have the entire community saying they don't want this. You've shown slides that there's not been one city that has what Wyandotte County has. There's not one city that forces people within the boundaries of the county or boundaries of, boundaries of the county to
1 minute
work where they
remaining.
live. And if this gets tabled for 30 more days because two people don't want to talk about it or are afraid to make a decision on it, that's a bit concerning. And I would like to know what your guys, as the commissioner's opinion, are on this issue before we end tonight, so everybody here can understand, including the ones that are virtual, to understand your guys' viewpoints. And I appreciate two of you asking questions that come off as concerning and for our community. So I appreciate you guys for that.
Good evening, Carolyn Wyatt, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm against lifting the resident policy. I think 30 miles is a long way. From here to Olathe is 19 miles. So you're thinking that you got another 11 miles to go. I'm thinking that people know when they apply for these jobs at the Unified Government, they already know that they have to live here within a year or 6 months, whatever it is. And so if they already know that, then why apply? You know, and this is a nice Wyandotte County. It's just that there are not, making me lose my thought. There are a lot of few colleges around here, a lot of high schools around here. If you start recruiting at the high school level, you won't have a problem. Those young people live here. So if you start, the biggest thing is recruiting right here at the high schools.
1 minute remaining.
So I'm just saying, it's not a problem because they already know before they come here that this is a requirement. And if they don't want to live here, don't apply here. So that's what I'm saying, it's always been like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Mike Atchins with Chris Earthy. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. On deck, please.
Greetings, Mike Akins. I live in Wyandotte County and I live in the city of Bonner Springs. You've heard it said over and over tonight by many professionals amongst us. Those professionals include law enforcement professionals, they include counselors, they include clergy members, they include HR professionals, they include their everyday rank and file employees such as myself. I can't say anything any better or more eloquent or try to drive my point across any better than they have. I would only encourage all the commissioners involved that you look at this will of the people, look at it with an open mind and an open heart. What strikes me is it sounds like there were minds that were already set when we got started. Perhaps those minds have been changed, or at least some additional thought has been put into what's being discussed. I agree with all those things people have brought up, whether it be labor shortages, family situations, housing costs, employee safety is definitely a large one. I don't work in law enforcement professionally, but I have experienced being recognized in the community in which I serve by incarcerated or formerly incarcerated people. So I would ask you to
1 minute remaining.
keep an open mind, listen to the people, and it is just overwhelming that with the exception of one, you had 83 email their thoughts and opinions in, and you have probably that many more here this evening. So please consider. Thank you.
Chris McCarthy, KCK resident. I think I'm one of the last to speak, so I'll try to sum up everything. You guys asked for figures and numbers and stats. I think our HR department did a great job delivering that. Over 50% of the people, your constituents, want this. They said they're okay with lifting it in some form or fashion, with just 33% saying no, they don't want it. That's the minority. They talked about all the figures, the reasons to lift it. I don't think I can state that any more than anybody else around here. I think the 30 miles is a good number. It could be more, because let's look what 30 miles gets you. It gets you about a 40-minute response time in general, or less from anywhere around here. Our response time, like the captain stated earlier, is about an hour is what's required. And that's pretty standard, I believe, across the board from most departments. So you have an extra 20 minutes or so to get here faster than that hour response time. So like I said, just in sum,
1 minute remaining.
what the downside of lifting this from, if you're going to get better, more qualified applicants to help out this city. Thanks.
The last person we have signed up to speak is Eva Garcia.
Eva Garcia with Kansas City, Kansas. I live here. So again, everyone has pretty much said everything that needs to be said, but there are 2 points that I just want to drive. Potentially, this could be the catalyst to the leveraging relationships at state so that we could talk about earnings tax. If the concern is that money is leaving the state or the county, maybe this is a good support for that. I don't know. But the other point, which I think is the more important point, is to the point of tabling the conversation for the new administration to make the decision on that. What if the emergency responders said that when the call was made? What if they said, how about you wait until the new hire is up and trained? There, sometimes the issues that we're faced with are inconvenient, but that's what leadership is about, making a decision when it's time to make a decision. And I think the community has overwhelmingly spoke to what their position is
1 minute
and
remaining.
what they're looking to have happen here tonight. Thank you.
That is all that we have signed up for this evening, and we do have Commissioner Ramirez with his hand raised online.
Thank you very much. And I believe we have, please.
Hello, my name is Kim Brown. I'm a business owner and a real estate professional in Wyandotte County. And every day I work with families that are deciding where to live, work, and invest in our community. I believe we all share the same goal tonight to hire and retain the very best people, deliver efficient, high-quality services and safety that strengthens our local economy and protects the long-term health of our housing market and the tax base. That's why I appreciate that you're reviewing the residency requirement. I also appreciate the idea that there's a new administration on deck, but this issue is real now, and we need to equip that new administration with a measured, data-driven, pilot-based approach before anyone makes a big, broad decision. The options before you are an important step, and honestly, I'm not convinced that expanding the boundary 30 miles or the time frame to 24 months will accomplish what Wyandotte County really needs, but we need to try something. So a balanced solution and an option tonight might be to allow employees to live with at least a 15-mile radius while
1 minute
still residing
remaining.
in Kansas, keeping them connected to our schools, businesses, and state tax system. Let's test an approach with one department, such as police or public works, and track the results. Did the applicant volume increase? Did hiring time or overtime costs go down? Did employee satisfaction and engagement response times improve? ICMA has noted that there could be long-term financial liability for local governments that have residency restrictions. And it also has been proven that there's no evidence in easing residency rules hurts the housing market or local tax basis. So let's give the new administration something to work with. Wyandotte, our unemployment rate is 5%, meaning our local labor pool is already tight. If expanding the eligibility helps fill critical roles more efficiently without harming values or tax revenue, then let's do something about it tonight. I'm involved in this community, and there's so much more at stake. But if you truly want the people of this community to both work and live here, the new administration needs to focus on other things, reducing
time has
taxes,
expired.
promoting affordability, and improving life. But tonight, you have the empower to impact someone by saying yes to something instead of no and do nothing. So let's do something tonight.
Commissioner, we do have one hand raised for the public online as well.
Please go ahead.
We have Nelson online. If you can please state your name and residency, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Nelson. I am a resident of the Wyandotte County. I just want to express my frustration with the current residency restriction. It is outdated at this point. A situation whereby there are many people that I know who would like to come work for the UG, but they can't because of the residency restriction. It's frustrating. I just want everyone here today to all the lawmakers to look at the crowd, everyone that has come out here today to vote or pretty much talk about how they want this restriction to be uplifted or removed. Can you guys not see? We are frustrated. We are. And that's really what I would like to express. We are frustrated with these restrictions. America is a country that talks about freedom and promotes freedom,
1
and
minute remaining.
our choice being taken away to not be able to choose where we work, where we live, because we want to work for the UG. It's really frustrating. So I don't have a nice speech written up. I just want to express my frustration. Please consider removing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all the hands we have raised
Thank you.
online. We have Commissioner Ramirez.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yes, did you want to speak? Please come to the podium. You have 2 minutes. Name and city of residence.
My name is Sarah Brown and I live in Kansas City, Kansas for the last 5 years. I do a lot of work within the community on Missouri and the Kansas side. I have lived in mostly downtrodden areas in all of the Kansas City, Missouri area. I've lived in Baltimore. I've lived in San Francisco. I lived in Sarasota. I lived in all over the Kansas City area. And the area that I live in has increased exponentially with some issues and problems, and have had to call law enforcement numerous times. It's a poverty issue. Some of the issues that we've had mentioned here are community-based issues. People say that the schools aren't good enough. Moving is not going to help that. Residency issues are not solved by leaving. If you want to serve your community, you need to be a member of the community, just as the commissioner mentioned that they need to live in the state. If you go to Kansas City and you live on the Missouri side and you're servicing this community as anything other than a job, as a desk agent or something like that, that's not nearly as important. The involvement is not nearly there. But if you're scared, if you're worrying about the separation and the safety for the first responders, it's more of a punitive nature of the policing and the community that makes it better. It means the community isn't good enough to live in, and that's the issue.
1 minute remaining.
It's not the restriction of the location that you're living in. We need to do better at the policies that go into what it looks like to police our community. If you're not a member of that community, you can't police that. If you're not going to be in a jury pool and you're not going to serve and you're not going to serve with peers and the people that are around you aren't a part of your life, if you're disturbed by somebody coming up to you and saying something to you or looking you in the eye, as we had some other members mention, if they can't be here and they can't participate in what is our level of participation in our government to make change, that's a problem. If you're not a community member, you're not a community member. You can do good, you can do a job, but there needs to be a different level of economic investment for those people. Nobody's creating any kind of solution other than a radius.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more speakers here publicly? Thank you. Appreciate all the comments. I want to acknowledge Commissioner Ramirez, and then I want to ask Commissioner Stites, you've stayed with us And if you had a comment, I certainly would be open to hearing it. We'll go to Commissioner Ramirez with his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been asked, and I will outright say, I do support our residency requirement. My stance has not changed since I first got elected. I was asked about it, door knocking. I was asked on it the second time around when I got reelected. My stance has not changed. I do support the residency requirement. Now, we have about 170,000 residents who live within Wyandotte County. And the whole community has not spoken. Our recent survey, community survey, was in 2022. Staff can correct me if I'm wrong. 50% support the residency requirement. That's 50%. That's half. Now, if we want to redo the community survey, and that is a statistically valid survey. If we want to redo it, let's do it. But from what I remember, the majority, the 50%, however you want to see it, you're going to say, well, that's only half. But half is enough. That's the majority who support the residency requirement.
Sir,
Point of order.
please continue, Commissioner.
I only say table it because, again, if I make a decision now, if a new administration, I will tell you my stance is not going to change. But again, it's not fair to those who are currently running to be able to not have their voice heard on this issue. It is a very passionate issue, just like every other issue that we have taken up. I'm sure either if it's Crystal Watson or Rose Mulvaney Henry, I'm sure whichever mayor it is, they would like to have their say or their voice heard as well, because they are running for the position of mayor or any other commission candidates. And it's just it's not me. There's no nefarious work I'm doing. I have stated what my stance is. You can believe me, you can take my whatever I say to grain of salt, however you'd like. But from my district, overwhelming support the residency requirement. Now, I have a very big employer within my district, and that's KU Med. KU Med does not have a residency requirement. But I just believe this is an issue that needs to be waited on for the next commission. And if so be it, if we want to put it onto the ballot so that the community decides, so be it. But I want to make sure my stance was stated that I do support the residency requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites, if you would like to speak, I would like to invite you to do that. If you are satisfied as is, you don't have to. But I appreciate that you've stayed online here with us. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Stites, District 7. No, I'm not satisfied. So here's what I would say is that although there is new commission members coming in and a new mayor, there's 60% of the commission that's remaining. That's over half that are here to address the issues up until the end of our sworn in time or our term limit. And I think that we should carry out our duties to the very end, is my opinion. So I don't really like the idea that it gets tabled and moved on to a later date. We're here now. Let's address it. If it would be approved, it would go to full commission. And one thing that, we keep talking about this survey, And I've done a little research into the surveys, and I don't think that it was ever presented to people that if you knew that police calls or people out on the street were not the police officers, that it was calls for service were down because you can't get there in time. Like the one gentleman spoke and said he had called and wasn't getting a timely response, or the amount of money that it costs us in overtime, or the burnout that it's causing for the police officers because they can't get days off they want to spend with their families. They're already working a really ridiculous schedule of 5 8-hour days. I think we're the only department in the metro that does that. Well, I don't know why we can't seem to get across 10-hour shifts or 12-hour shifts, but this archaic position of residency to hold our employees hostage is ridiculous. I think we should be looking at it in the aspect of how do we make our community where people don't want to leave, but give them the option. So no, I'm in favor of lifting the residency, and we'll see where it goes, and hopefully we can see this at the next commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kane.
Well, I don't want to lift it either. And the interesting part about this, the last conversation we had about this was going to go on a ballot for the people to vote. For some reason, it was pushed forward. Not sure why, but and it was my clear understanding that people would vote on it and we'd go that way. Obviously, we're not. I still want to table these two items until our next standing committee meeting. I think that would be the best way because I think we have put some people in some awkward positions, and it's frustrating for this to come forward at this time. So I'd like to make a motion to move 4.6 to the next standing committee meeting and rehash this out so we can gather some more information.
Council. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Commissioner Ramirez has his hand raised.
Commissioner Ramirez, did you second?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would like to second, but also if the maker of the motion agrees, if staff could also provide ballot options of what we could be looking at next year, just to look forward to. That is option I am also providing with my second, if the maker of the motion is open to it.
Commissioners, Kane and Ramirez, I believe legal has information they can share right now about whether it can be a ballot item.
This is Z Bishop with the Unified Government Legal Department. My understanding in conversations with Chief Counsel is that this cannot go on the ballot as an advisory opinion. This is an operational concern, and so this would be a decision for the commission.
Clerk,
Madam Chair, if I may,
sorry.
we do have a motion and second that is pending. It was
What-
originally made by Commissioner Kane and Davis to table the matter. I'm sorry, not Davis, Ramirez.
So basically, it's
could
just,
amend it.
they just repeated the same motion that had been made earlier. Kane made a motion to table and Ramirez seconded, correct?
It was originally to table it until the new administration came in.
But we cannot do that per
They would
law.
need to amend it.
I see. I thought Commissioner
And
Kane,
that was my motion was to make it for our next standing committee meeting.
so state that as an amendment to the original motion you made, Commissioner, prior to all the public comment.
Motion to table 4.6 to our next standing committee meeting.
And
Second.
there is a second. Further discussion, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. And thank you all for your patience here. I don't know what's going on here.
Sir, our public comment time is over. We're now having commission discussion.
So thank you all for your time here. So here's where I'm at. I appreciate the zeal and the energy and the excitement around this particular issue. I have heard and have been in rooms where people feel the other way. I hosted a town hall a few years ago and literally had 2 residents started arguing about this topic. And so I know in this room, it feels unanimous and it feels like that it is just a clear thing to do. But I do want you all to understand that there are a lot of folks that also feel differently. They just didn't organize tonight. They didn't show up tonight, right? Which is on them. And kudos to you all for doing that. And so I do want just some additional information. Number one, can we put up the survey? Because I think it's just important for us to get some context here. This survey, it says 2022. In what context was this survey released to the public? Was this on our website? It was on our website for how long? It is still there. Okay, so we've had a survey that's been around for 3 years? Am I?
Shakiva Christian, Human Resources Manager. There is a 22 survey that addresses this particular issue. There is also a 2025 survey out there that does not speak to residency.
Okay, so these results are from the community survey?
Yes.
Is that what I'm gathering?
Shakiva Christian, HR Manager. Yes, that's correct.
Gotcha. Okay, because I have a lot of issues with how this question is asked. Number one, in my opinion, I think it's leading because you give all of these reasons why someone would be inclined to get rid of the residency requirement. So when you say aging workforce and labor shortages and departments with operating short staff, that is kind of basically telling the person that's taking the survey, hey, here are some things. The other issue that I have is the options. There's a strongly support, somewhat support, so 2 in favor of support, neutral, and then there's 1 for do not support. So there are more options that are favoring getting rid of the residency requirement than there are to keep it. And so that's just me. That's me being interested in stats and stuff. But I do have some issues with that. And even with that, there's still the neutrality and those that are do not support. How many folks responded to this?
Commissioner, I can tell you that I can't identify exactly how many, but I just looked at it again
Yeah.
a couple days ago. And what I can tell you is that with all the other community surveys that ETC did, they worked very, very hard to make sure they had not exactly equal, but close to equal
For each
respondents
district.
for every district. I can
Gotcha.
tell you that it was distributed and responded to with a good amount of equality across all 8 districts.
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, that gives me a little bit more comfort with the validity of the survey. And then can we go to the stats regarding the cities that have the different requirements? Okay, so right here, do we have their vacancy rates?
Shakiva Christian, HR. No, sir, we do not.
So we don't necessarily know what the impact of getting rid of the residency requirement is, meaning we don't know if they are doing a better job of hiring than we are, with the residency requirement being the determining factor. We just don't have that data. We don't know if it's, yes, am I gathering that?
Shakiva Christian, no, we do not have that data available. It's not something we surveyed for.
Gotcha, gotcha. So that type of information would be good for us to know. I'm of the mindset that it's not just the residency requirement that is causing some of the staff shortages. I mean, we have the fire department, which has over 90%, right, of vacancy, or not vacancies, but folks that are currently hiring. I believe the NRC is also almost completely full with their positions. So I'm wondering, what are some of these departments that have the same level of restrictions when it comes to the residency requirement? What are they doing, if anything, right? And it could just be the nature of the job, which is fine when you get to that. But I'm just wondering, what are they doing that's a little bit different than what we're seeing, which is predominantly, right, public safety folks that are feeling very, very strongly about this issue. And so those would be kind of the things that, wonderings that I have, that if we were to, I do think we should kind of come back, because if we were to try to vote on this, it wouldn't get out of committee. But those are some of the wonderings I have that we just do not have the information right now. Lastly, people are talking about studies and they're referencing things without saying where they're getting their information from. I just did some quick research. The University of DePaul actually has studied this, and they do have a research paper out from 2021 that kind of gets at the discussion here. Haven't been able to go all the way through it. Would encourage the public to do so, to gather some information on what the results are from that study, and if there are others. I just don't necessarily think we've had all of the information available. And I think, you know, it's always good to play devil's advocate for whichever position that you favor, to say that we've done a thorough job. Lastly, I keep saying that, and there's another thought. I do believe that there is something to be said about our public safety officials, and particularly law enforcement, having to reside in the community that you are policing and the safety therein. While I don't think that what we have right now will pass, I do think there is further discussion on, should we look at what other communities have done? Kansas City, Missouri has done it, where they have extended that radius just for their law enforcement. They did a whole bunch of other things too, so we have to tell the whole story. They have a starting salary at $65,000, right? Like, there are other things that they've done to get those recruitment numbers, and so we do have to tell that whole story there. It wasn't just the residency requirement and the radius that are in those numbers. And so I do encourage us to tell kind of the full story on what it is, because we do want to recruit the best talent. We do want to take care of our families and the employees that are here. And I just want to make sure that I can make a very educated decision. When I worked at the city of Lawrence when I was in grad school, the current residency requirement was, if you're a department head or higher, you have to reside in the city, right? And so it was more about prestige of the position. And then they had moved it to just the city manager. Our county administrator needs to live in Wyandotte. There's no question about that. I just, absolutely. And so, and I don't even know if that provision was mentioned in this particular document. And so all that to say, I think there are a whole bunch of points that I've brought up. County administrator, what does that mean? I didn't see a provision in there that made that exception. And maybe that's spelled out in our charter. Getting more research on what other cities have seen because of the lift of the residency requirement. Are they doing anything else? Comparing to peer departments within the unified government to see what else is there. And then, of course, academic research on this particular decision and if cities have seen any change. And so those would be my recommendations for us, so that when we come back and have the conversation, it could be a little bit more well-rounded to make an educated decision. That's just where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So, and I'm not sure because I wasn't here back when this ridiculous requirement was put in place. But was it on a ballot when it initially got in placed or placed?
Commissioner, it's Commissioner Bynum. I'm not aware of it ever being on a ballot, but
But now we're asking for it to go on a ballot to take it off. We did our job as a commission to get it
No.
on.
In fact, legal has advised us that it can't be a ballot issue. It has to be it's an operational issue and needs to be decided by the governing body. So that's not on the table at this point.
And I guess the other thing that I would say is when we were addressing the budget just recently, we didn't say that there's a new administration coming in and new commissioners and maybe we need to not do our budget. It has major impacts. We went ahead and did that work. We took care of that. I don't need a study from DePaul to tell me what's going on in Wyandotte County. About 18 months ago, we had all four department, if I remember right, police department, fire department, sheriff, and public works that came in and gave presentations, and every single one of them said that they were impacted by residency. And that was, I don't know, and I may be off on the date 18 months ago, but it was a significant amount of time. But I don't know that this has been brought up at this late hour for any nefarious reasons, because they did that study gave that report 18 months ago when it was brought up. It just happens to be that we're talking about it tonight. So
Thank you.
that's all.
I cannot see who that.
We have Commissioner Burrows with his hand raised.
Commissioner Burrows, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank those that came out and spoke this evening. But most importantly, I'm not surprised with the results that that the residency requirement is being requested to be redone. And it continues to grow in support throughout the community. We see a large majority now. If it was 50% opposed, 50% for, I think it would be a challenge to determine which one is which. However, the fact that the people were there tonight expressing their concern with a super majority, 83 in support of this, rescinding the residency requirement, I think it's only appropriate that we let the people have their say. That you could put, Madam Chair, I think you talked about miles. I think there's been discussion about department heads. At the very least, the administrator should live in the community. I think that keeps the eyes on the community. But I'm with Commissioner Stites. I think we've studied this to death. I think we've asked the residents a number of times what they feel about this position. And I think it's obvious tonight, and with the survey and the previous surveys, this continues to grow in support of rescinding the residency. Therefore, I would hope that we would move it forward ASAP. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So what we have here is a motion and a second for tabling. To reiterate, if we vote in support of that as a committee, it would table it to what what standing committee date?
It will
Please.
be November 17th for the next Administration, Human Services.
November 17, okay. That would be the next Administration and Human Services Standing Committee meeting due to the Thanksgiving holiday. So it wouldn't be quite 30 days. I think in general, I can be in support of lifting the residency, but I do have the same caveats that I had mentioned earlier after the presentation. So again, a couple of things, multiple things on the agenda tonight, lifting the residency, what would the radius be? And the secondary item, how many months to give an employee to move into whatever that territory is. So at the moment, the motion and the second is to table. It would be to the November 17 meeting. If that gets approved tonight, then my request to staff is that we add language. Number one, again, my position only, not interested in the radius extending into Missouri. Personal opinion only, but I would hope that that radius be within Kansas. I also believe that there are certain levels of employment here that should require residency in our community. We actually have some other government entities that I think don't have a residency requirement at all, but then we have other institutions that do in terms of certain levels of managerial and higher that actually do require employees to live in Wyandotte County. I would be curious to know if we pass an ordinance that lifts or expands residency, staff, when would that ordinance take effect? Would that matter on when we pass it? Does that make sense?
This is Dee Bishop with the Unified Government Legal Department. It would depend on what the language of the resolution is. I'm aware that often the commission passes resolutions that go into effect immediately upon publication. We have also passed HR guide changes, amendments, where we give a certain date for when it goes into effect. So it would depend on what the language is.
Okay, so that still could be shaped by the legislation that gets passed. Okay. I would ask that whatever date potential changes take place, that we include in our request a 6-month review, minimum 6-month review of hiring, recruitment, and retention, so that we can try to measure what is the change that's being made for the better as a result of lifting the requirement. Any other comments? Commissioner Hill, please.
Thank you. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do want to get a little clarity. The reasoning behind tabling this to November was to allow the new commissioners to weigh in on this. And I'm just wanting to make sure that that is still the reason why we're doing this, why we're delaying from voting on this tonight is just to give the new administration an opportunity to weigh in on this. So the committee would vote again. We would vote November the 17th, and with the new, I'm just trying to understand the new folks. Really, would they get to vote then?
No, ma'am.
I didn't think so. Okay, so they don't get to vote till December or January.
That would be correct. I believe there's possibly one commission meeting in December. I'm not even sure they would be seated yet.
Commissioner, it would be December 18th.
Commission meeting on December 18th?
Correct.
Okay, and they would be sworn in, I think, the
15th,
week, just a few days prior.
correct.
So in November, Commissioner Hill, it would still be the current mayor and current governing body. To me,
Okay.
the reason that the table request is made is because, again, I would like to see certain other provisions put into the requirements. I'm good either way if we vote to table, if we vote to move it forward to the full commission for full discussion from this current governing body, I'm good either way. But right now we have a motion and a second to table this item. Commissioner Stites, did you have a comment?
Well, I did, and I think that that's a great point that Commissioner Hill brought up, that by tabling this till the next standing committee meeting doesn't do anything different than what we are here doing tonight. Same people. Now, I can appreciate what, and I think it was Commissioner Davis and you, Chair, that there hadn't been any language that really even addressed the county administrator, being required to live here, which I absolutely think is a must. And I think there are also some folks, so I can appreciate what you're saying regarding some other language. But if this was to advance through to full commission, then that other language could be maybe brought forward with options at the full commission. I'm not sure if that's a possibility, but yeah, I think that there does need to be some other tightening of the belt on whatever decisions made. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second in front of us. And the motion is to table to the Administration and Human Services Standing Committee meeting of November 17. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. I just want to check with our staff, because a lot has been said as far as next steps, because that is a pretty tight timeline between now and the 17th. It's not even a month. Are there any questions you all have or anything as far as what we would need to make a decision?
Shakiva Christian, HR manager. No questions at this time.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, and it's not to give you all more work. I just want to make sure that our due diligence was done to the best of our ability prior to making the decision. But I also don't want to give you all confusing direction, given that timeline. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And to be clear, I would request certain changes be made to this potential ordinance change prior to it returning to this committee on November 17th. And I stated those. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Hill, District 4. I'm a little bit challenged, only because I'm just trying to understand if we table this, we would have an opportunity to add the part about the county administrator and the radius. I understand that, but say if we voted no on the on tabling it, could we still have an opportunity to add or make changes in the future?
I believe, I'm so sorry, I'm losing my voice. I believe that commission, staff, administration can always suggest changes to our policies. So those options are always on the table as far as I'm concerned. What we'll do tonight is vote on the motion that's been made and seconded, and then we will go from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments? Roll call on the motion.
Roll call. Hill,
No.
Davis,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 4-1.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The vote is, motion carries, which means it will come back. You can come back. We did hear you. I think it's important.
Did you hear my aye or no?
Okay. Just a question for legal. Really, it was just one item, even though it was multiple options. Okay,
Yes, that's correct,
thank you.
Commissioner.
Okay, I believe last and final item, 4.7. Approval of revisions to our HR guide. Selection of public safety employees to reflect updates in current practices and processes within Workday.
Okay, Shakiva Christian, Human Resources Manager. We are recommending changes to the selection of public safety sworn position HR guide policy that includes patrol officer, sheriff, deputy, firefighter, EMT, firefighter, paramedic. We have, for recruitment reasons, have updated some processes, and also for Workday have updated processes that need to be memorialized in writing. The manner in which we recruit for police and sheriff is slightly different in that we do ongoing recruitments and monthly testing and things of that nature. The fire department still has a regular recruitment, so we have maintained that language. And then how the applicants are submitted through Workday is also updated. One change that I do need to note is for the fire department, the minimum age, reducing that from age 19 to age 18 is a change that we're recommending in this policy as well. But that's the gist of our changes to our selection policy for public safety.
Are there questions or comments from committee members? I think my only overarching question in general is, it looks like that these are procedural by way of being compatible with Workday.
Largely, a lot of that is, but as I mentioned, we have in practice handled some recruitments for police and police and sheriff regarding how applications are submitted or how they are collected and how testing is done.
Is there a example of that? I have no other documents in my packet than this, so I don't have any more information
Sure.
about what this means.
So the previous method of recruitment for police and sheriff, we had authority to hire a certain recruitment class or an academy class. We had applications open from one period and ending the next period, and everybody went through that process all at once for one class. Now, just for the sake of a continuous recruitment, we have updated to where those positions are open year-round, and we select employees to go, well, employees are signed up for testing monthly, and then they can potentially go into positions such as our police auxiliary officer for the police department or our correctional specialist in the sheriff's department and work in those roles so we can get those candidates in a little bit quicker instead of waiting once or twice a year. And then once there is an academy, they can go into those full academies later. So that's one of the major changes for that is
Thank you.
the process as well.
Thanks very much. Any other comments or questions? And did we receive any comments from the public on this item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone here in person that would like to speak on this item? Okay. Yes, ma'am, please.
I'm Wyatt, Kansas City, Kansas. I like the age dropped to 18 because more youth, they graduate from high school at 18 or some 17. So the recruitment would be a whole lot better for Wyandotte County, Bonner Springs, Edwardsville. So I'm thinking if they open that recruitment, going to either the schools or close to the schools and, have a good recruitment. They need a good recruitment to get the young people that live around here those jobs. And so I think that 18 is great. And I think open up the residency, you may not have to do that because you're gonna have the kids from college and high school graduates, so I think that'll be perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Gina Nick. I'm the public safety recruiter, and I'd like to speak on that. I recruit for police, fire, and sheriff. So a lot of the folks that we're talking about tonight fall under my purview. I am in week 2 of my, as we call in my office, my high school tour. I was at Washington High School this morning. I go to Harmon High School tomorrow. Last week I was at Wyandotte, Schlegel. I'm all over the city. Bonner, Turner. The change of the age for the fire department will be able to encapsulate some of those kids that are coming straight out of high school. But overall, our public safety, we are recruiting as young as middle school. I go to middle schools to talk to kids to plant that seed. And so we do have positions within the unified government for those kids that are 18 with the correctional specialist positions. So we're working really hard to recruit hometown talent here within our high schools.
Thank you. And I see that you're here, there, and everywhere, and I appreciate that very much.
Oh,
Yes.
yes. And just to speak on also another opportunity that we afford, part of the recruitment is our correctional cadet and our 911 call taker cadet, which you guys approved a couple years ago, where we hire on high school seniors for a work study program. They earn $15 an hour as well as high school credits. And the hope is, and we've been very successful with that once they finish the program, then they stay on full time. And we've been very successful with that program to help us retain our local talent as well.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other comments? I would take a motion.
Chair, we do have Commissioner Kane online with.
Yes,
hand raised.
Commissioner Kane?
If you go to some of the high schools, they have what the kids want to do when they graduate. Piper did it. They had policemen, firemen, they had all kinds of options that they wanted to do. It was said earlier, going into the high schools and recruit these kids. And obviously that's what we're doing. We should continue to do it. I think this is a great option. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Is there a motion, please?
Davis, move to approve.
Ramirez, second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And thank you all, committee, and also commissioners that didn't have to take the time to stay, but did. Appreciate that. Concludes our meeting. I would take a motion to adjourn.
Davis, so moved.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0. Motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
Did you get the text?